Top of the morning, traders, and happy Friday, April 10th, and welcome to the most value packed live trading show, where we live trade, break down charts, cover impact events, and talk trader mindset. Hope everyone had a great day yesterday and is ready to kick off another opportunity-filled day. We did have CPI data this morning, so let the market digest the data off the open. We do have consumer sentiment, inflation expectations at 10 o'clock. So again, it might be a good idea to wait until after 10 if you're looking for a specific trade opportunity between 9:30 and 10 o'clock, right? Make sure it's a high probability setup. Primary thing is size down today. Protect your accounts. Capital preservation is key. Don't overtrade, of course. Keep risk management at the top of your mind, and let's look to close out the week as strong as we can. So first things first, to open things up, we're opening above that daily upside breaker. Good morning, guys on YouTube. Today's Free Trade Friday. So if you have access to the delay-free, ad-free stream, jump in the free tier Discord. The link is in the description, and you'll have access to the delay-free, ad-free stream, and you can join us there. Have access to one of the things that we offer to our members. All right, so to open things up, we're opening up at this let me get the exact level here. We're opening up at this 680, 681.22, 681.32, I should say. 681.32 is the open. 681.32 is the open. We're officially open. And of course, to kick things off, guys, we are flirting with that daily upside breaker right away. Qs are headed towards that PMH. Qs are above that daily upside breaker. If you recall, that simply means prior day's high, 610.50. And of course, SPY's right above that as well. If we take a look at some names right off the open that are going, we want to keep a close eye on Amazon is starting to go. Amazon's above that PMH. Broadcom, there goes Broadcom. Nvidia, there goes Nvidia. See if Nvidia can hold up 184.50. Okay, as these are going, okay, the question is, let them go. Okay, when price starts to settle, they can eventually retreat. They can eventually show some kind of pattern that shows some signs of life or a continuation or maybe some sort of reversal. So we'll wait. We'll let the dust settle before pulling any triggers. So far, Broadcom showing strength. We're seeing some strength in Google. We're seeing some strength in Amazon. We're seeing some strength in Tesla as well. Tesla's above that daily upside breaker. We're seeing strength in Nvidia. We are seeing some weakness in MU, a little bit of flat activity in JPM. ExxonMobil just chopping around there. Walmart falling off a cliff. Okay, Walmart falling off a cliff. And we are seeing some activity in those names, all right? As far as SPY is concerned, the question is, can SPY hold out 681.16? 681.16 signifies that daily upside breaker. Prior day highs, and just like that, guys, we are now in the jaws of that major major zone. Let me go to the one real quick. Okay, those levels weren't showing up because I was on the 5. Okay, there we go. Okay, so everything is green to kick things off. Keep in mind the Qs are the leader. So first to lead, first to bleed. Principles apply. Of course, on the Dow is dumping. So we're seeing that divergence between the Qs and the Dow. Broadcom, okay, got shot out of a cannon. Look at Broadcom, guys. Broadcom is up $7. Nvidia, look at Nvidia. Nvidia's out of here. So the semiconductor names that we were just discussing, right? That's where the rotation is taking place into those AI names. All right. So we'll remain patient. We'll look for our spots and look to get activated. In the meantime, guys, good morning, team. Good morning, folks on Discord. Good morning, folks on YouTube. Is there something at 10? Yes, consumer sentiment at 10 o'clock, along with inflation expectation from the University of Michigan. Okay, we have those numbers coming up at 10 o'clock. All right, so right out the gate, semiconductors showing some signs of strength. Some of the tech names as well. Semiconductors are a subsector within tech. So Nvidia is strong. Broadcom is strong. All right, so now with that strength, is there some follow through with that strength? The Dow, okay, is going the opposite way. So we're seeing a rotation out of the Dow into the Qs, into tech. Question is, can SPY hold above that 681.16? In this case, if the Dow gets that nice little reclaim of 480.78, that PML, more than likely we can see that bounce off that level. Okay, if the Qs reject off that 613.03 and the Dow continues to sell off below 480.78, that can drag SPY a little lower. As far as where VIX is sitting right at that 19. Okay, single digit VIX We haven't seen VIX below 20, not single digits. I don't think we'll ever see single digit VIX in our lifetime. Hopefully not. But we are seeing VIX below that 20, and we're back to the levels we were trading on the VIX before the conflict. Before the conflict, that's almost like nothing ever took place. There's nothing to see here. Okay. 100% on NVIDIA. You took it, Carlos. Beautiful job, Carlos. Bark head forming. Up tops make. All channels check. Gap update. Thank you for the gap update. That is a nice gap there. Elion. Again, guys, folks on YouTube, make sure to like the video. Let's get the likes up. 100 likes is the goal. Okay, we can easily get 100 likes. We already have 190 people that stopped by. 130 people joining us live. Okay, so make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. And see if we can get above 3,500 subs. That's a big psychological level for us. Okay, we can 3,600 subs, I should say. All right, we're about 43 subs away. Okay, help us get there. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Palantir continues to sell off. Palantir continues to sell off. 100% Palantir. 3 days in a row for Palantir. Beautiful job, Hussein. Down goes MU. So interestingly enough, MU's fallen off a cliff. NVIDIA, Broadcom continue to push. The Qs are starting to slow down. Qs got all the way into that PMH, rejected off that PMH, and they're being dragged lower by the Dow. The Dow is just kind of ruining the party. All right. If you're a bull, the Dow is dragging everything lower. If you're looking at the IW is headed towards the PML there. The PML gives us a nice zone between PML and that 260.84. We have a nice little key zone right there. If you do trade IW, you want to keep an eye on if it continues to drop. If you're already short in IW, okay, maybe you can use that as a target after taking some TP off the table. VIX is bouncing off that 19. MU falling off a cliff. Palantir continues to fall off a cliff. Amazon is showing that strength. So a couple of names I'm interested in. Amazon, of course. NVIDIA, of course. Palantir, of course. So I'm going to keep a close eye on those names. And when the shockwave time comes around, we'll look to take advantage of those names. So Palantir back 3 days in a row, guys. Palantir 3 days in a row. 3 days in a row for Palantir. 3 days in a row. Keep in mind who's trading after 10 o'clock. So who's trading after 10 o'clock? If you're waiting after 10 o'clock, continue to wait. Let's check it on the chat on Google Meets. Must drink a lot of water a day. Yep, drinking water is important. Yeah, Palantir continued down. So we've been keeping an eye on Palantir past 3 days. It kind of got away from us. Or kind of get away from me. But a lot of you have been catching it nicely. So if it does present an opportunity, guys, I'll be there for Palantir. 128, the healthiest retrace reject is 128.48 on Palantir. Okay, that's about $3 away. So you're going to have to wait for some sort of a relief pop to the upside. Relief pop to the upside. We're seeing Broadcom continue to push. Broadcom continue to push here. Let's see if we got a reclaim here. Okay, now if the Dow can reclaim 480.78, there's a good chance the Qs can get above 613.03, and there's a possibility for us to reclaim this 681.16. So it just depends on how both these names interact with those lows. Right, so far out the gate, we're seeing semiconductors lead the way. Right, can now everything that's selling off get a relief pop off those lows? Okay, and then semiconductors continue to lead the way, or do we get that fade in semiconductors? And if semiconductors show that weakness, everything is dumping, then everything starts to fall in a broadening fashion. All right, so that's what we're looking to diagnose here as we wait. Right at view up on SPY. Palantir continues to fall off a cliff. We are in the jaws that in the jaws that gap. In the jaws that gap here. TOG BOG. Okay. So we're right at that 50% retrace that gap. Very close to it. Very close to 50% retrace of that gap. That level would be that 680.77 would be that level. Amazon is on fire. Nasty trap on Tesla. Wow, that was vicious. Okay, individual names. If you don't, you got to take those profits because look at Tesla. Okay, so Tesla looks good for 2 minutes. All right, and then if you try to go long above that daily upside breaker, you don't manage risk, you get wiped out. If you manage risk, it's just another trade where you get stopped out. Right. So when you're going to lose a trade, the question is, all right, are you going to get wiped out? Or are you going to get stopped out? If you're a risk manager, you'll get stopped out. Okay, which is fine. If you're not managing risk, you'll get wiped out. Okay, so you choose. You got to choose how you're going to lose. You got to choose how you're going to lose. MU just completely falling off a cliff. MU showing a ton of weakness. MU fell below PML, 416.75. MU's all the way at 410.17. Looking to flirt with that 410 psychological level. So we're seeing some divergence within the semis as well. Trading Shockwave. Okay, that means we got to wait. Good. The ones who did purchase Shockwave yesterday, guys, make sure you check your DM on WAP. If you send me your username, if you send me your TradingView username, you should have access. If you need help setting it up, shoot me a DM. I did give access to the ones that did send me their usernames on TradingView. I have to manually do it because it's an invite-only script. Okay, it's an invite-only script. So far, Amazon is maintaining that strength. Amazon's maintaining that strength. MU's maintaining that weakness. Palantir's getting a nice little pop off those lows. Okay, did pop off those lows slightly as it approaches that 125 psychological level. 125 psychological level. As it approaches that level, we're getting that nice little bounce. Broadcom continued to resume there, and NVIDIA's inside on that 5-minute candle. So nice push on NVIDIA. Retest on NVIDIA, 184.50. Let's take a look at it here. Okay, NVIDIA, I'll give you the exact level. Strikers, if you're looking for that retest on NVIDIA. If you are looking for that retest on NVIDIA, we'll give you the exact. And if that retest does come to fruition, I'll be there. Okay, that's going to require us to drop below VWAP. So what we've been seeing for the past 2 days, okay, after these red folder catalysts, SPY is just very, very indecisive for the first few minutes. All right, so it's in your best interest to remain patient, patient and exercise patience. So this territory here on NVIDIA. Okay, that'll be the bounce level on NVIDIA. Okay, between that 184.09, 184.52. That's daily upside breaker PMH converging. If you're using VWAP is presenting a nice little opportunity. We're starting to see a nice little relief pop off of MU. Exxon continues to sell off. Nasty wick on Walmart. Walmart is back above that PML. Looking to recapture PML. Nice bounce off that VWAP on the Qs as well. Okay, the question is, can we get the Dow and the Qs on the same page? Qs bouncing off VWAP, Dow rejecting off VWAP. Okay, it seems like they don't want to get along today. Whenever that happens, okay, SPY gets caught in the middle. Next psychological level we have, next key zone that we have is between that daily upside target, the previous daily upside target, and that 680 psychological level. And prior day close, we have a nice little zone in this territory. Nice little zone here. It looks like we want to fill this gap. Here and make it a nice. I'll go with the box fill. Okay. So no trade so far. Just remaining patient. Okay. Waiting for a good opportunity. Best practice on Fridays, guys, size down. Reason is on Fridays, by the time Friday rolls around, you've seen so much price action. You've been through so much. Okay, your mental capital is somewhat compromised. All right, you're not as sharp as you were midweek, beginning of the week. Okay, so it's very important that you factor those things in. All right. And you might try to over leverage, over risk, try to go for something big and then risk what you've been making the past 4 days. All right. So to ensure that doesn't take place, it's very good to play it safe. All right. It's very good to play it safe. You never want to be in a situation where you're just doubling down. Okay. Because doubling down works until it doesn't. Okay. You don't want to go double nothing, double nothing, double nothing, double nothing. And on Friday, wipe out everything for the past 2 days or past week or past couple of weeks. And then go into the weekend. Okay. And just feel really bad for the decision you made. All right. So shockwave hour. Keeping a close eye on Amazon. Keeping a close eye on Palantir. If you're looking to short Palantir, that 125 psychological level will be very, very critical. Okay. We might get some pushback off of that. Keeping a close eye on, it looks like Broadcom's already gone. Intel is gone. Nvidia, see if Nvidia can start to wake up. Nvidia. If Nvidia that we can wake up, that'd be great. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, guys. Make sure to like the video on YouTube. Let's get the likes up. Good morning, good morning, good morning. If you're just jumping in. Good morning, Fraser. Okay, keeping a close eye on Nvidia. Okay, keeping a close eye on Nvidia. Okay. What else? Okay, Broadcom. Broadcom's starting to go. For Nvidia, contracts I'm looking at. For Nvidia, okay, the contracts are actually very, very cheap. The 187.50s, okay, they're about 50 cents. Okay, Broadcom already left the station. They're cheap in relation to, of course, just the cost, but the IV's a little slightly elevated there. Spreads, not too bad. If you're looking at the 190s, those are cheap. The 185s in the money, those are going for about $1.60. So keeping a close eye on Nvidia. If we can get a retest on Broadcom, that would be great as well. So this is just playing that semiconductor theme. So I'll go with the 187.50s. Make or break. So make or break meaning we stop me out or hit TP or scale or hit TP1 or scale out. All right, so give me 1R or give me 2R. Okay, so Nvidia looking to break here. Intel triggered, guys. Intel shockwave, Broadcom shockwave. Okay. Nvidia starting to go. See if Nvidia can come back for that retest. If you're just taking that initial break off of it, the ripple entry, break entry, you can be there. SPY is looking to go south here. SPY is looking to go south. So if you see Nvidia can come in just a little bit. Okay, so nothing printed yet on SPY. Scale out on Nvidia. If you took that initial break, okay, SPY is starting to break down here. See if that risk reward can print. SPY can dump into this territory as long as VIX is above that 19. Okay, see if that can print officially. Nvidia, I'll be there for the retest. SPY is starting to dump. If SPY shows a sign, I'll be there for SPY as well. So as SPY dumps, let's see if that brings Nvidia lower. So let me focus here on SPY. As the IV goes lower, guys, the contracts are going to be a little more, it's going to be cheaper, okay? Okay, no signal printed yet there. See if Nvidia can just pull in just a little bit. Just a little bit. JPM TP there on the puts. Palantir is brewing. Nvidia come back. Okay, Palantir. So you get a nice little green candle on Palantir for that entry. Again, make or break type of situation. Palantir also going here. My goodness, Intel is out of here. Broadcom about to hit TP. Okay, SPY just stuck between a rock and a hard place. All right, so what SPY needs in this case for market context, SPY needs the Qs to start to drop. SPY needs the Qs to start to drop. Okay, SPY needs the Qs to start to drop. Looking at the SPY 680s. SPY 680s. Okay. Palantir is starting to go. So if the semis start to fade, there goes SPY. Semis start to fade. Okay, then SPY can start to go. Okay, be mindful of that 680.08. Okay, so if I get a nice little relief pop into that territory, I'll go short SPY. Okay, this candle was so weak that it didn't give it a full entry. So I want to see a nice little relief pop on SPY, and I'll be there for it to the downside. Now we just need the Qs to join the party. I'm looking at the 680s on SPY. Okay, nice little bounce. I like how the VIX is showing strength. If you took it off the ripple, good. Okay, SPY starting to bounce. Come in just a little bit. Stay above that 19. Come in just a little bit. So the risk reward box didn't print yet. So if you're waiting for risk reward box, you're still waiting. That's like the ultimate confirmation. Okay. I'll take SPY right there. Take the SPY puts. I'm going to SPY puts here. Again, for this, risk is going to be up here. Okay. If you did take SPY, manage accordingly. If I get a close above there, I'll get stopped out. About a 10 to 15% stop. We're starting to see some strength. The VIX is starting to course correct. We're starting to wake up here. Starting to go hammer. Sitting down about 7-8%. Looks like there's a lot of strength. I'm about to get stopped out if it continues to push. Okay. In this case, I want the Dow. I want the Dow to continue to push lower. What we're seeing on the Qs are bouncing off that VWAP. Okay, Qs are bouncing off that VWAP. Okay, because the last thing I want to see is a break of this downward compression and then go. In that case, I'll be invalidated. Now, in this case, I want the VIX to go south. I want the VIX to go north, I should say, north. I want us to go south, VIX to go north. Down about 7, 8, 9%. Let's see if we can get one more push to the downside. The Qs showing strength out that VWAP. So we need the Dow to break below those lows. All right. We need the Dow to break below those lows. We don't want both of them to start showing signs of life. So if the Dow can break below those lows, this yellow candle can go orange. We just need the Qs to fade just a little bit in the meantime prior to getting a close above here. Okay, if I get that close above there, 10, 15%, then I'll get stopped out. Down 12. That'll be my NC. No close. So Dow needs to take out that 479.87. Okay. And even the action is not as clean. Keep in mind, we have 10 o'clock consumer sentiment. Okay, consumer sentiment coming in. Okay. So this can either make it drop or pop. So keep that in mind. So this trade is just before 6 minutes before consumer sentiment. Okay, I'll give it about another minute. About to get stopped out here if we get above those highs on the back end of possibly seeing consumer sentiment. So up against the clock. Okay, I'll close it right there. So stopped out there at 14%. Okay, don't like which way the VIX is going. Okay, stopped out there at 14% on SPY. Okay, right over there. So first trade stop out. Couldn't get any follow through below it. We're starting to go south on the VIX. I kind of stopped out a little before the actual stop out. Okay, but if it starts to break, if you're still in, if it starts to break down, you want that 19 to hold, but just be cautious. Consumer sentiment is in 4 minutes. Okay, and we're just right under VWAP. All right, so first trade, stopped out on SPY. See if NVIDIA hit TP. NVIDIA hit TP. Because what I don't want to see is, in this case, that downward compression break. Right, and then I'm looking to go short off of a clear break. Okay. Off of a clear break. Palantir, 140%. Beautiful job, 6-0. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Beautiful job, 11% there. Good extraction, holding TP. Okay. Good, good, good. All right, just be more. Another 40%. NVIDIA, that one got away. Beautiful job, Carlos. On that nice continue push higher on NVIDIA. Intel's coming for that retest. 6250. Consumer sentiment coming in. Okay. So with consumer sentiment, this thing can pop or it can drop. All right. But from a technical standpoint, that's my risk. I have to get stopped out. I have to respect the risk as much as I want to hold it a little longer, as much as I want to extend it, as much as I want to be right. Right. Have to respect the risk. Okay. Have to respect the risk. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. 100% on NVIDIA. Beautiful job, Maurice. Yeah, NVIDIA going crazy. Okay. Yep. 15% on NVIDIA. Good, good, good. NVIDIA is out of here, guys. Anyone else take NVIDIA? Anyone else take NVIDIA? So Shockwave did provide NVIDIA. Okay, so 7 minutes left, 3 minutes left. Okay, do we pump or dump on consumer sentiment? Do we pump or dump on consumer sentiment? Right, it's going to really come down to what the Dow does, between what the Dow and the Q does. Can the Qs do? Qs bounced off of that VWAP. Now Dow's starting to catch a bit off of those lows. IW starting to catch a nice little bit. Can IW reclaim VWAP? VIX breaks back below 19. That can be the gateway for us to really start to accelerate. Okay, NVIDIA, good, good, good. So it looks like the individual names are providing those cleaner opportunities. Walmart, good night. Okay. Good night, Walmart. Okay, MU starting to wake up. MU starting to wake up. So let's get past consumer sentiment here. Let's get past consumer sentiment. We got IWM. So do we dump or pump for consumer sentiment? Okay, we're a minute and 20 seconds away. Minute and 20 seconds away from consumer sentiment here, guys. Put in the chat, dump or pump. 65% JPM puts. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Those puts were nice on JPM. And that was a nasty wick too on JPM. So great job taking profit. Great job on taking profit. So if the semiconductor names start to fade, okay, and the Qs start to fade, we're starting to see a small rotation into the into the Dow here. Nvidia's starting to fade here. So first trade stopped out. So it just depends on how you manage your risk at this point. Some of you might get stopped out on the wick. Some of you might wait for a candle closure. All right, just depends on your approach. But again, I'm out of there, and plus the fact that we have consumer sentiment. Okay, so it can go either way. It can go either pump, can go either dump, and there we go, consumer sentiment. And which way does it go? It goes down first, down first. Keep a close eye on Palantir. Palantir, I'm looking at the 124s, make or break. Okay. The semi start to dump. Palantir can start to dump as well. Everything can start to dump. So you get a nice little bounce on Palantir. Okay, I'll take Palantir right there. Okay, shockwave on Palantir. So Palantir, my risk is going to be all the way at that 125.72. Palantir is struggling a little bit at that near that 125, but I'm in Palantir here in the put. So my risk on Palantir is going to be all the way here. If you did take Palantir, manage accordingly. Some of you took it for the past few days. It was very elusive. Palantir has been very elusive. Okay, I missed it past couple of days, but we'll be there for it today. Okay, so Palantir up 9%. Okay, SPY. Again, depending on how you approached it there. If you held through consumer sentiment, you can have something to show for it. Palantir up 10. TP where you need to. Okay. That's a great scalp. Palantir up 10, 12. I want to see Palantir get to 123.65. SPY. Okay, coming to this territory. Need that continue dump. Scale out with the puts there. So if SPY can break below the zone, more than likely, down goes Palantir a little further. Palantir's up 14%. Palantir's up 20%. Dollar signs in the chat if you took that. I'm going to scale out a little bit right there at 21, just for a good measure on Palantir. First scale out 21. Okay, now I can sit in Palantir into that 123.66. 25% on Palantir. Okay, I'll close Palantir. The rest of Palantir there. Okay, so I treated Palantir like a scalp. As SPY is bouncing off this level. Okay, Palantir, in my opinion, okay, it can continue to push lower. More than likely, it's going to have that. It's going to need the help of the indexes, and it's very near, a little overextended. So 21 extraction, close the rest as we bounced here. All right. We did see as high as 25% on Palantir. And you want to take Palantir. If you're still in, by all means, do what you have to do. But I have to take that quick 20%, 25, 20% plus. Okay, so thank you, Palantir. Okay, Palantir continues to go. So it might be a good thing that I exited. That's the it usually dumps after I exit. Okay. Anyone holding Palantir? I know 6-0 sliding has been crushing Palantir. 20% QQ puts. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right. Okay, maybe I could have just held it a little longer, but I'm okay with how I approached it. SPY, the chart on SPY has been tough. Okay, it's been tough. It's been very, very back and forth. The action is as ugly as it gets. Palantir continues to go. My average fill on Palantir was 108. We're currently at 150. Okay, so close to $50 per contract on Palantir. Okay, there goes Palantir. Okay. There goes Palantir. Okay, so if I was looking to take it, I would have probably targeted there, those lows. Palantir is a little overextended to the downside. Okay, it is below that 125. But just because something is low, if you have a good entry, it doesn't mean it has to stop going lower. It can continue to go lower, but just don't try to replicate some results you've had before and force a trade. Force said return out of a particular trade. Okay, so 2 trades so far. Palantir worked in our favor. SPY stopped out. That should give you about a nice 20% pop within 2 minutes on Palantir. So 2 minutes of work on Palantir if you're still in. And know where your NC is. Manage accordingly. And let's see what the next opportunity holds. Okay, Palantir. Ooh. Intel. We got some Intel on Intel. Okay, see if Intel can come just a little bit, one more leg lower. Semis are starting to get, we're starting to see a small rotation out of those semis. Okay, this would be a retest on Intel. Retest on Intel. See if I can get that entry a little closer to that PML, that PMH I should say. You can use that VWAP and that between VWAP and PMH, that gives you a nice little zone. See one more little drop. I want to see a drop below it and a reclaim. If you're looking for that break, if you can break above this, last resort, all right, it will take off, possibly 62.89. But I want to try to get an entry as low as possible, so I can factor in the VWAP into the risk. Okay, keep a close eye on Intel there. Broadcom as well, come into play. Keep a close eye on Broadcom above 371.23. Our friend Apple coming into play as well. Nvidia coming into play as well. Okay, Nvidia, the 187.50s. Okay, I'll take Nvidia right there. Okay, I'm in Nvidia. Nvidia is stop me out, scale me out, hit TP. And of course, I want us to stay above VWAP on Nvidia as well. So I'm in Nvidia here. And those contracts, since they're so cheap, the percentages will look a little extreme. Okay, but nonetheless, in Nvidia there. Okay. The Qs are going south. That's not favorable for Nvidia. But risk already allocated on Nvidia. So again, I want Nvidia to remain above VWAP. Risk is Nvidia. That initial push on Nvidia was nice. Okay, so here's Nvidia. Okay, so risk is exactly 185.95. Okay, 185.95 is the risk on Nvidia. Okay. If you did take it, manage accordingly, guys. Don't wait for the TPs. Okay, again, do what you have to do. In this case, we need the Qs to start course correcting, possibly trap those shorts, get a nice little squeeze. The fact that the Qs are triggering to the downside, SPY's looking to trigger to the downside, might not be favorable for Nvidia. All right, so environmental conditions not the best for Nvidia and semiconductors, but we'll let that play out. See if we can course correct. Okay. SPY is back and forth here. A lot of activity there. No real decision. So in the meantime, if the Qs can start to course correct, get back above VWAP, SPY can get above this major level. It's having a hard time getting above. Okay, Nvidia can start to rocket. All right, that will be the case where Nvidia can start to go. If SPY gets above here, Qs get above VWAP. If we continue to work towards those lows, get into 680, break down below 680. Qs get get into 610.50. We can't get a bounce off 610.50, but that might drag NVIDIA a little lower below our risk threshold. All right, so in the meantime, I'll wait for those two things to take place. Okay, while I babysit this position. So to give you some context, if NVIDIA gets back to those highs, those contracts will go to $1. Okay, if NVIDIA can go back to those highs by 10:30, there's a good chance we can get back to $1. So now, as we babysit NVIDIA here, if we can get a break above here, that's a boost of confidence. That's a vote of confidence above 186.76. Okay, 2 minute. Thank you. Good. Holding Palantir, okay. NVIDIA, VIX, we're just hugging the VIX. SPY's not doing much here, guys. Continues to chop back and forth. Not the cleanest chart. We've been seeing SPY for the first 20, 30 minutes. The chart has not been as clean. Qs have triggered to the downside. Qs have triggered shockwave to the downside. See if at least NVIDIA can hold. In the meantime, see if we can hold. If NVIDIA can hold within this range, as Qs approach 610.50, that might give us a last ditch effort to push. But if the Qs fall below 610.50, daily upside breaker, then more than likely that slide is incoming. Okay. SPY, once again, trigger the puts. No risk reward box yet. So this one to stop out. This one, scale out. Granted, has not been the cleanest action we can clearly see. Okay. Looks like we're getting a nice little bounce. Oh, Palantir continues to go, guys. Palantir continues to go. All right, Palantir. All right. Continues to go. Palantir is about to hit TP. So shockwave on SPY. Granted, a little choppy activity. Palantir might have been the trade of the day. Palantir. Down about 16% on NVIDIA. Okay, that's part of the schedule defined risk. Okay, see if we can get a nice little push on SPY above these highs up here. That will take NVIDIA over the top, and a reclaim of VWAP would be great as well. So we're just basically, context is key in this territory, just using that just overall chart awareness. We can see we're just very choppy in this area. Okay, we're just very choppy in this area. Okay, NVIDIA's starting to wake up. So if you need to take TP, guys, we're up double digits on NVIDIA. Up 20%, TP where you need to. Okay. Up 20%, TP where you need to. All right. Who's in it? Dollar signs. Who sat through that drawdown? Upwards of 15, 16%. Okay, now we need SPY to hold above this level. SPY can hold above this level, that'd be great. I want NVIDIA to stay above 186.76. I want that engulfing candle to continue. Up 25. Go. Up 30 on NVIDIA. So we set the parameters, right? Even though we're going to get that nice little drop, we set the parameters we want to see. Let me know if you TP'd already on NVIDIA. Okay. If you did, good. I'm waiting for that target. Scale out our target. Okay, up 30. More seconds left on NVIDIA to the next 5-minute candle. Up 41, 44%, 46% of a scale out right there. At 48% on NVIDIA. Okay. Up 58. Okay. There we go, guys. There we go. 58% on NVIDIA. Okay. Scale out reminder. Scale out reminder provided. Scale out reminder provided. Already scaled out. And now let's see if NVIDIA can go to target. I want NVIDIA to hold above this level here. Let's go, guys. Let's go, guys. Up 53. Okay. So those contracts were great for, if you have a small account, those are great for a small account. All right, so we laid out the groundwork for what we want to see. All right, we want to see SPY get above this level. We want to see the Qs get above that VWAP. All right, so good time to scale out if you need to. If we fall back under here, okay, 186.95, I'll just close out. Dollar signs in the chat, team. NVIDIA, 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 NVIDIA. Good, good, good. Good, good, good. So my line in the sand is right here. No close below there. See, we have enough room to that target. Down goes Exxon. Down goes Exxon. Down goes Exxon. This was NVIDIA. Okay. So we took it in this area, got a nice little pop. So see if NVIDIA can hold above this level here. Maybe get another nice little baby flag. All right. Risk on NVIDIA is my line in the sand. Okay, is 186.95, my NC. So no close back below that. Okay. I already TP'd at 40% plus for a scale out. Looking for, but there's a little more room into that 187.58. So we're looking for that engulfing candle to continue. NVIDIA 40%. Beautiful job, guys. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Good, good, good. Anything can happen at any moment, so make sure to TP. Make sure to pay the trader. All right. So let's see if this baby flag can come into fruition and get us into that, into that final target. All right. So scale out given by Shockwave. So scale out given. So just seeing if there's a little more icing on the cake. All right. A little icing on the cake. All right. What we need in this case is, of course, the Qs to continue to show that strength. Okay, there we go. Nice engulfer on the 1. Up 48. Let's even continue on the 5. Okay, 5 we're continuing. Up 58%. Move my NC to this candle's high. So no close below this on the 5. Okay, so we close below this. I'll close out. Final scale out. We did see upwards of 58. Trying to pursue it into these highs up here. All right, into that final target. Okay. I gotta admit, the action on SPY past couple of days has been tough. We will review that. Up 60% here, team. Okay, let's take a look at SPY. All right, in the meantime, we'll babysit NVIDIA. I'll let you know on that last scale out if we hit TP or not, or get stopped out on the trailing stop. So at least we'll take 40% out of it on that trailing stop. All right. We're starting to fade here on the Qs, starting to fade here a little bit. That 5 minute, what I do like about that 5 minute, of course, is this engulfing candle right there. So see if we can just stack on top of that engulfing candle. Next 33 seconds will be critical. Next 33 seconds will be critical. If SPY can hold above that daily upside breaker, that'd be great. Hold above 681.16, that would be great. SPY can hold above that daily upside breaker, that would be great. That would help NVIDIA continue to push. There goes SPY. See if SPY can get above that daily open. Okay, there goes SPY. Daily upside breaker reclaim. If SPY gets above that candle's high, then it continues. If NVIDIA gets above that 5 minute candle's high, then it continues to push. You can use 5 for 5 as your risk. Up 62%, guys. 67. About to hit TP there. About to hit TP here, team. 72. TP all the way up there. Okay. Who's still in? Anyone still in? Anyone diamond handing? So my risk now, NC's right here. So don't close below that 187.19. So at least we'll secure 45 to 50%. Okay, but feel free to take profits wherever you need to. Okay, right there is a target. Okay. Right there is the target. In the meantime, SPY can continue to push higher. That'd be great. Stay above that daily upside breaker. Starting to struggle here. If it gives up that 681.16, we can possibly start to come and test these EMAs. All right, we're right there. Okay, we're starting to slide on SPY. If SPY closes back below 681.16, and NVIDIA closes back below 187.19, then I'll make that final scale out. Okay. So we did see upwards of 70. For us to get 100, more than likely we need to get above here. Okay. 100 is above here. Okay. 100 is above here. Okay. Here might be around 78 to 85. Okay. 100 will be hitting these highs up there. 74, 76. I want to see that TP. All right. It's almost at that TP. Look how close it is. So I'm going to trail it with that first wave. So no close back below that first initial EMA on the one. So very, very, very tight trail. 72. We need the Qs to hold that level. We need SPY to hold that level. 72. Okay, just want to see that TP reminder hit. Okay, TP. I'll close right there. Thank you very much. All right, that's 77. Okay, did flash 80. So we took NVIDIA. Okay, partials at 40 plus. Final TP at 70 plus. Okay. If you got more out of it, I mean, if you want to continue to ride it, that's up to you, but that's a good time to TP. Of course, my risk was down here. And we took this thing all the way, scaled out, and took TP and played this to a T. Okay, played it to a T, using market context as our guide. All right, so NVIDIA, thank you very much. Your services are no longer needed. Thank you, Jensen. Anyone still holding? 3 shockwave indicators on SPY, 3 losses. Yeah, right here it was been tough on shockwave, right? These 3, because the entries were tough, but all of them did lead to a stop out. That chop has been brutal all morning, especially the past 2 days. That's why I usually stick to SPY, but I've been going to a couple of individual names. Past 2 days, especially, I would say this week, all right? I've been going through those individual names because of the back and forth. Can't stop staying connected to Google Meet's been going on since the week. Go to the computer. Have a great day. Now the question is, does SPY have enough fuel off this daily upside breaker to take out those highs? We need some momentum on SPY. There hasn't been momentum. There's just been a lot of chop. Who's done, guys? Who's done for the day? So I did take one trade on SPY. I shot my shot here, stopped out before consumer sentiment. Did take the Palantir trade. Did take NVIDIA, best trade of the day, NVIDIA. Okay, so we might have one more to throw out there. All right, and this is all before first shift. If SPY does clean up, if it does set up, if I were to take this 3 times, depending on the entry, depending on how close I am, maybe you can take something out of it, extract something out of it, or it gets stopped out all 3 times. All right. When you say trail and stop, what percentage gap do you usually set at it? It's just a mental trail. It's a mental trail. It's not percentage based. Did NVIDIA leave the station? Okay, it looks like NVIDIA wants some more. It looks like NVIDIA wants to go to 100%. Stop it on SPY puts, holding NVIDIA, okay. Up 166% for Maurice on NVIDIA. NVIDIA 40%. Absolutely, guys. So in this case, Shockwave did provide 3 ideas. 2 of the 3 stopped out. 1 of them provided a scale out. Depending on your entry, you probably got stopped out. Okay, so we'll just say, because it's very difficult to get that scale out, we'll just say all 3 stopped out. If you were to take all 3, they let us stop out. If you took something else, individual names, NVIDIA's out of here. So NVIDIA, if you're still holding, should be getting close to 100%. Okay, should be getting close to 100%. Especially now, you want to use that contract's price, 187.50. Now that the fact that it's in the money, you can start to use that as a trailing stop, along with something on the chart. If you're riding the EMA, if you're riding the wave, good. PLTR. PLTR was very elusive the past couple of days. PLTR got a small piece of PLTR, but this thing ended up getting the scale out. Beautiful trade to the downside. So the theme this week, guys, has been those individual names as it pertains to the Terrific 12. All right. There are still opportunities on SPY and the Qs. Right, but just being very, very patient. So on my end, I did take one of these, one here. And the reality is you get stopped out and you just have to move to the next opportunity. All right, and it is frustrating to get stopped out. So as multiple people having issues with Google Meets, if that's the case, guys, we might have to make the migration to a different platform. I don't mind doing that. Okay. If it's multiple people, beautiful job, Scooter. Beautiful job, Vidya. Took Palantir, puts at the open. Nice played out. Beautiful, beautiful. Call it a day. Who's done for the day? I want to see done for the days, done for the weeks. Okay. Good here. Okay. Who's done for the day, guys? And if you're interested in joining our community, guys, at that $50 tier, there is 3 spots left. Once that's filled, okay, next week, even our next price increase, that's still, all right, very, very cheap, all right, very undervalued. And now we're starting to grow very aggressively. All right, we're going to have to start slowing down the amount of people that are coming in. It's getting a lot to handle on my end, on the back end. All right, so we'll go back to the model of doing 10 to 15 people a month. All right, 10 to 15 people a month. Once we get those people in, and then we'll just base it on churn. Okay. All right, so okay, SPY, that downward compression on SPY. Let's look at SPY on a game plan chart. All right, SPY continues to climb on the hourly. All right, so a couple of traps down there. All right, the thing is, if you do get stopped out, right, you want your stop to be a worthy stop. What I mean by that is you want your stop to do its job. So to me, the beautiful stops are when you're completely wrong, and you guys see me get stopped out when I've been completely wrong before, and it protected you. It did its job. So for instance, okay, say if I take this trade to the downside, okay, just for the sake of argument, I take it, I don't get all the way to this say if this is my target. Okay, I don't get all the way to target. And then eventually I'm disciplined enough to say, hey, you know what, I'm gonna get stopped out here. Frustrating, okay? We can all agree frustrating, but guess what? The stop did its job because it protected you from this. Okay, so when you have a stop and you look at the stop, as frustrating as it is, and price goes the complete opposite way, okay, that is the same thing as catching a home run trade. That is the same thing as basically the NVIDIA trade, when it works in your favor and it goes. So that is the equivalent of the stop giving you a home run trade because it protected you from all that drawdown. And that's what I like to call a beautiful stop out. Okay, so for illustration, okay, say if I took the puts here. Okay, I took the puts here. As frustrating as it is to get stopped out here, right? Look what it saved me from. Because in this case, wrong. But it saves you from being disciplined, saves you from sitting through all this. Because if you're not disciplined and you get dragged all the way there, you don't know, there's no telling when this is going to come back. Now, next week, you're going to spend a good chunk of next week, maybe 2 to 3 to maybe even 4 days recovering. Okay, recovering the aftermath of not closing the trade when you were supposed to. So this, in my book, this stop is just as beautiful, if not more beautiful, than the NVIDIA trade. They're one and the same. All right, look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA's out of here, guys. Okay, so so NVIDIA's out of here. All right, so when the stop does its job, that's the main thing. That is the main thing, guys. Okay. And I always think though the stops, beautiful stops. You know how people kind of post, hey, you know what, the chart, they say my analysis is here, and I took the puts here, I took the calls there, and look how far it went, right? That's fine, but we have to get used to saying, look how beautiful my stop was. Okay, look how beautiful my stop was. Okay, that is the same thing as catching that monster push to the upside. Now, Palantir starting to rally. Back the upside off those lows. Yeah, Palantir, I felt it was a little overextended. Beautiful, guys. Up 166 on NVIDIA. Beautiful job, Maurice. Done for the day. Taking profit. Beautiful job. Gandhi. You can go monthly. You can go to convert annually. Okay, yes, you can. What do you get on the Discord of WAP? You get access to the live trading. You get access to, okay, you get access to all the stuff. Check it out on our site. NVIDIA's out of here, guys. All right, so hopefully we do have a lot of traders who are diamond hand traders. They love to hold trades and just milk the trade. Okay, so this is what you get access to: full access to our Discord, live trading, screen share every single day, live trading and training. Not only do we live trade, I try to explain the rationale for the entry, for the exit, risk management, all that stuff. Pre-market prep stream every single morning, 9 a.m. Extended trading coverage after we wrap up. We continue to have that coverage for you without the commentary, high win rate ideas. So today, 3 ideas. 1 stopped out. 3 went parabolic. Options flow data, AI-based alerts, options trading beginner course, 2,000 plus hours trading. There's everything you need. You have it. All right. So this is one-stop shop. Everything as it pertains to scalping. All right. You'll understand there's not a lot of people that teach about scalping, intraday trading, and that mastering that technique. All right. Why? Because it's the hardest field. It's the hardest field, and it's very hard to bottle the information. All right. Because it's almost like it's an art form. All right. So I try my best to bottle it by trying to do the trading and training aspect along with the course material. Okay. And by no means is this financial advice, guys. Again, I don't want you to come to the stream and then take it for financial advice. All right. Why? There's a 30-second delay on YouTube. It's all for educational purposes. Okay. It's all for educational purposes. You guys already know I'm not licensed to give you financial advice. All right. But this is just training on how to properly scalp, on how to properly trade. Okay. All right. So there's about three spots left at $50 a month. Once you're in, you're grandfathered in. Okay. So we focus on process over profits and education. All right. It's not gatekeeping strategy, and this everyone shares a strategy because we know it's more than strategy. Okay. Whether you trade strat, whether you trade smart money, whether you trade moving averages, it doesn't matter what you trade. All right. The tools and resources are there to make you better at the things you're doing. Okay. To bring the best out of you. All right. That's what it's designed for. All right. And now, of course, with our shockwave indicator, that's also available. Great tool. In this case, SPY in this case stopped out once, scale out once, stopped out once. All right. But some days you're going to get stopped out. Some other days, different things are going to go. But all you can do is manage that risk. Okay. So you're playing the long game. You're playing the long game over multiple weeks. Did present some great opportunities over the past few weeks. Okay. So those stop outs, sometimes look at yesterday's opportunity. Yesterday's opportunity, parabolic. Yesterday opportunity as well, stopped out. The first one, second one went. Okay, and these, especially after that massive ceasefire gap up, the action has been very hard to read, and it's still looking for those opportunities for you. All right, so very important to understand and take advantage of all the tools and resources, guys. Trading, we always say it's not going to get easier. Everyone's going to try to make it look easier. This is the trick. Make trading look easy as possible for you to put money in the accounts, for you to start to trade, for you to pay someone, and for you to lose. All right. The barrier of entry is lower for anyone to start, but the actual trading itself is getting harder. Okay. It's getting harder every single season. Okay. From 2020 to 21 to 22 to 23 to 24, it is getting harder every year. So if you're not aligning yourself and adjusting as it gets harder, eventually you'll get swallowed up because the degree of difficulty will catch up with your body of knowledge, with your experience, and then it will surpass it. And then you'll get swallowed up. So you're always getting better week by week, day by day, shift by shift, month by month, constantly improving. It doesn't matter if you're green. It doesn't matter if you're yellow. It doesn't matter if you're unprofitable. All right. The commitment to the process is what's going to keep you in line with the increasing difficulty of trading. It's going to continue to get harder. So don't be doubtful or don't be terrified or scared. Just know that you're going to get better. Okay, if it's getting harder, you're getting better, it's going to be the same. If it gets harder, you're not getting better, you're going to get left behind. So you have to keep one with the market. All right, so that's what the tools and resources are for, to make sure we're on top of it. We're on top of our game. Okay, and that has to do 100% solely on process. Okay, how it has to do with process. The game is always evolving. All right. It's like I always like to use sports analogies because they can resonate with a lot of people. It's like if you look at basketball over the last 30 years. Okay, if you look at the game of basketball over the last 30 years, how many forms of the game have we seen? Right? More than likely, the people that played 30 years ago, they can't play in today's game, even though they were superstars 30 years ago. The reason is because the game has become so efficient, okay? And the players are so much better. In my opinion, the players are better. All right? Is the product better? No, but the players themselves have to be skilled, have to be so highly skilled in many, many things, not just be good at one thing. You have to be able to pass, shoot, and dribble. And especially emphasis on shooting. Right? Same thing with trading. The techniques that worked 5 years ago, right? You have to be really sharp with that technique to use it today. The techniques that work today, 6 months from now, you have to be even sharper because the game itself is evolving. And if you can't keep up, right, it's either you play a different game, okay, or you stop and you say, hey, you know what, I have to make that adjustment. I have to have that honest conversation and really start to focus in and make the proper adjustments. Okay. The link is here. So once this fills up, guys, at $50, it's filled up. Okay. And then that's it. Now the boot camp is not ready yet. Okay, it's not available yet, I should say. Okay, that's the link. Okay, that's the link, guys. Jump in. That's the link. Hi, streamer. Instead of Google Meets video sharing, Discord video sharing public group will work good. I thought no delay and good with 1080p. Yeah, I do have a Discord, the 1080p feature. Maybe. Yes, you can go monthly, convert to the annually. Yes, you can to reserve a spot. So the annually, there's no cap. So there's no cap on the annually because you're making that monthly, that yearly commitment. The annually will always be available. Okay, but starting next week, we can only take on 10, 15 people where we grew a lot. And I try to know every trade on our team. All right, to provide them as much information as possible, and we want to not just an avatar. Okay, we want to know you by nickname, alias. We show up, and we're really a team, guys. Okay, we're really a team, and we employ the teamwork spirit in individual sport. Okay, teamwork spirit, individual sport. Trump, did he post about Palantir? Palantir. All right, Palantir getting a nice little boost. And look at this, guys. Here we go. Shenanigans candle. Here we go. Look at VIX spiking now. There must be something going on. Palantir got all the way back to that, slightly above, got back above VWAP, retesting 128.48, daily downside breaker, prior day lows. Shockwave training will be today, yes. No, Saturday, not today. On Saturday. Saturday, I will drop the webinar. Once in a while, we're getting about 3 to 5 of these shenanigan candles every day now. Okay? Every day we get one of these shenanigan, 3 to 5 of these candles. ExxonMobil, good night. Okay, good night, ExxonMobil. NVIDIA, out of here. Nowhere to be found. NVIDIA is at 188.83. Okay, so 188.83. So those contracts, just to give you some context, I had them at $43. They got all the way to $1.65. So they went over 200%. Yeah, that's I'm in the same boat. I'm trying to be as loyal as possible to SPY, but it's acting up. So I'm cheating on SPY. Okay. All right. I haven't been faithful to SPY because of its attitude. Okay. And the thing is, I'm not cheating on SPY. SPY's cheating on me. Especially when it's like this, guys. All right. This is, especially, we saw this take place yesterday. It's a very similar action. Okay. Okay, let's go back to market recap. All right. Simple things like this, guys. All right. This is what sets us apart. Just tracking SPY every day. So we have an idea. And I would highly suggest you guys doing the same thing. Go back to the last 5 days. All right. Not to predict what's going to take place, but primarily to see how SPY, how we're interacting with certain levels. Look at the action yesterday during first shift. We sweep, second shift's lows, we're gone. But we did get a couple of signals. The first one I got stopped out barely, and then eventually worked out, and then the second one was above those highs. But we are seeing this whipsaw action during red folder catalyst days, the past two days. All right, so they're just trying to chop everyone up. All right. So we'll probably have one more trade in the tank. We'll probably do a lotto, and we'll be done. Okay. And look to take that on SPY. So let's see if SPY can set up for us. NVIDIA, not NVIDIA. QQQ came a nice bounce off that VWAP. It was between NVIDIA and Intel. All right. The reason why I went with NVIDIA is because NVIDIA's daily chart, we talked about in the pre-market prep with our team. There's a particular thing we're looking at NVIDIA on our daily chart. Okay. I had a breakout, and there was some momentum behind that move. Intel, if you took Intel, still you could have extracted. Yeah, there's a scale out available, but it didn't hit TP. Apple, very quietly, Apple is continuing to grind higher. Okay. Very quietly, subtle move on Apple, hit target 1. So Apple just continues to fly under the radar and give clean moves. All right. And it's kind of just turning into its own little index. Okay. Okay. Chop, chop, chop. We're at second shift, guys. Again, let us know you're in first shift if you're done for the day. Throw the DFTDs in the chat. DFTD in the chat if you're done. The rule is if you put DFTD in the chat, you're giving us your word. No more trading after that. All right. So it's in your best interest to wrap it up. This might be as good as it gets. All right. A lot of the opportunities are coming in the front end of the open. So first hour, second hour, and it becomes sweeps after that. All right. So just know a lot of those opportunities did come up, did show up. If you capitalize off those, congratulations. If you didn't, if you haven't taken any trades, continue to wait for your particular setup. Okay. And we had over 600 people stop by, guys. We're only at 60 likes. Okay. 60 likes. So do me a favor. Let's get the likes up. That is the currency on YouTube. All right. So we need to get the likes up as we continue to build this channel organically. At some point in time, I always say it, you weren't aware of this channel, and this channel came to you, right? Because someone liked it. And then the algorithm deemed it worthy to put onto your feed. Okay, so make sure to do the same. Return the favor. Okay, return the favor and hit the like button. I'm not cheating on 100%. Okay, so if you haven't liked already, make sure to do so. So if we do the daily levels and game plan, do we access pre-market? Now the daily levels and game plan, that one I'm phasing out. You still could access it, but that one I'm phasing out. That one does not come with pre-market, so on and so forth. All right, so if you want access to, instead of having a tiered system, it's just one. Apex, strikers, a lot of people have asked me to do tiers, maybe a tier just with the stream. But the stream is available on YouTube. All right, so it's just you get the whole thing, or you just get YouTube. YouTube within itself, there's a lot of things you can utilize. You can take advantage of on YouTube. Okay. All right. So for those of you who did join, welcome aboard. Go through the section. Okay. Go to the appropriate channels. Okay. So it looks like we might be filled up for the month. Let me check. Looks like we'll be full for the month. All right. We will do the giveaway here shortly. We will do the giveaway. So we do a giveaway every single day. The winners yesterday, I already got in contact with one of you. The other winner, make sure to send me a DM with the code. I need the code. The one that's in our team already, I know who you are already, so we already made contact. You get access to the upcoming boot camp. Okay, upcoming boot camp. You get access to that. Okay. So how many? How many do you have left? Okay. Yeah, so no more spots left. All right. We're out of stock. We are out of stock, so we're full. All right. If you were full, you can do the yearly. If there is someone who's desperate looking to join, I can open up a few more spots, but outside of that, we're out of stock. So the $50 tier, you're gonna be grandfathered into that price. Okay, you're gonna be grandfathered into that price, regardless of where the price goes. That's the price you pay. Whatever features we add to the Discord, right? You get to take advantage of that because that's to show appreciation to your commitment to our community. And we're going to constantly be adding more features into the Discord to try to make it as resourceful as possible. Okay, so the ones who've been here for a year, all right, who've been committed for a year, you have favorable pricing because you showed commitment early. When we started, there was 10, 15 people, less than 10 people watching live. The content didn't really change. I mean, it's the same content, it's the same kind of setups. We just make the adjustments based on where we are, where we open up, make the seasonal adjustments, and put our best foot forward. Okay? So who's hit their 1 year mark? 20% on NVIDIA, Carlos. Beautiful job. Is that your third or fourth trend on NVIDIA? NVIDIA's nice trend on NVIDIA, right? NVIDIA pulling back those EMAs. NVIDIA, that might have been the trade of the week. There's NVIDIA. Okay, hit TP2. So if you want to ride the waves, if you have a good entry, so what would be a good entry in this case? Of course, this is the best entry. The next entry is any pullback into this territory. Or if you have an entry below 187.59, okay, maybe you can hold a little more. But if your entry is like above 188, right, it's a scalp. You're running out of room. Okay, you're running out of room because 190 is coming up 2 points away. Where they probably want to maybe some profit taking place. And then maybe we see some profit taking and pull back into that 188.02 possibly. If you're waiting for VWAP, 186.80s, 186.83 to 186.85 territory. But NVIDIA completely runaway train. Okay. Runaway train. Out of stock. So out of stock. Where should I send the DM? If you won the giveaway. Courtney, welcome. So what I'll do is this. All right. I've extended the $50 for multiple weeks. All right, so I'll open. Okay, 3 more spots. All right, 3 more spots, and if that's filled, it's filled. All right, so we're basically at capacity. And for strikers this Sunday, okay, we're gonna have stocks after dark. If you missed last week's episode, we laid the groundwork for what we can potentially see this week. All right, and I'm not in the business of saying, hey, you know what, we called it, screaming from a mountaintop. All right, we're not in that business. We're in the business of not being right, but we're in the business of managing risk, putting ourselves in position to win. Right? Anybody can say, you know what, it's a good time to buy here, or make these arbitrary statements. We're coming from a standpoint of being mechanical, being practical, and being able to put ourselves in position to win in either direction. Okay, either direction. Okay, in either direction. So it is out of stock. Okay, so now I'm gonna give it 3 more spots. Okay, it's out of stock. 3 more spots, and that's all we can take. Okay, 3 more spots is all we can take. Next week you can join. Okay, should be good now. Let me refresh this. So there's 3 more spots. Okay, yeah. Okay, so there you go. So if you want to join, you've been tuning in for a long time, and you want to make the commitment now, take advantage. Next week will still be available. We're going to take 10 to 15 people. 10 to 15 people a month at that $69 price. Okay, that's it. We've grown. I want to keep that small community feel. We want to keep that small community feel. Okay, want to keep that small community feel. We don't want to get too big to the point where it's just everyone's just a number. Right. Before we even make that leap, we have to have the infrastructure in place. Okay, to ensure we can tend to everyone. All right, so very, very important. Okay. So far, bounce off view up on the cues. Past couple of days have been stock picking, stock trading, individual stock trading environment. We did a great job on making the adjustment. I did take 1 trade on SPY, stopped out. I like to stop out. Of course, eventually, if I quote unquote decide to hold, the consumer sentiment led to the dump, but I had no intentions of holding. Even if it was here, I had no intentions of holding going into consumer sentiment. So my back was against the wall because that's not something I planned to do. I didn't plan to be in the trade while consumer sentiment is there. It's just trying to take advantage of a short window in time, get the move in my favor, get stopped out. If it's on the fence, no stop out, no TP yet, I'll close because I'm not factoring in the consumer sentiment and the inflation into the trade. If I was, then of course I'll be able to live with either direction it does go in. So maybe wider stop, maybe less size, whatever the approach is. Okay. Refresh. Okay. I open up 3 more spots, refresh. Okay, refresh. And I don't think those 3 spots filled up that quickly. It's possible, but refresh. Okay. Okay. Let me know if it worked. Keep refreshing. SPY continues to chop around. Did have those shockwave puts to the downside. A couple of opportunities there. Stopped at one, scale out one, stopped at once. We took it once. Two trades we took today, Palantir and Amazon. Not Amazon. NVIDIA. All right, so NVIDIA. Anyone still babysitting NVIDIA? Anyone still babysitting NVIDIA? It's just NVIDIA today, trade wins. Wow, April 24th, 1 whole year for Lynn. All right. So you can attest, Lynn, we've been doing the same thing since the very beginning. The ones who've been here for a while know we do the same thing. Right? Markets can change. The amount of people we have on YouTube can change. But we just like to keep focus on the main thing, keep the main thing the main thing. Just range bound today, didn't really break the 15-minute orb. Did bounce back. Okay, if you refresh, you should have. Okay, if it worked, it should work. Okay, it should work. I added extra spot. It should work. It should work now. Unless that filled up as well. Okay. So what's on the schedule for tomorrow? Tomorrow is Saturday. We do have the webinar for Shockwave 15. Shockwave 15 webinar. If you're interested, I'm going to drop the link. It's completely for free. Whether you purchase it, whether you're interested in purchasing it, make sure to join us. The Shockwave 15 webinar is going to break down our latest system that comes with an indicator that helps you trade the open with structured plan, clear levels, and built-in risk guidance. So you definitely want to be there. So this webinar is going over what the indicator is. I'm going to field some questions. And a lot of you want to make the purchase but don't have a lot of information about it and want to know how it works. So I'm going to be hosting that webinar. I'm going to drop the link to the webinar in the chat. It's completely for free. Some of you did sign up. Strikers, if you do want to sign up, the webinar is in the announcement tab. So if you go to the announcement tab, okay, you can sign up there. Okay, we're going to be hosting that webinar at 11:30. Shouldn't take too long. It's not a pre-recorded webinar. There's a lot of webinars that are pre-recorded. They try to make it seem like it's live. It's live, okay? So I don't pull that maneuver of playing a pre-recorded webinar on and then pretending it's live. It's a live webinar, okay? I traded NVIDIA 3 times. Each time profit 60% from 185, 187. Beautiful job. With the stop loss, my stop loss is a mental stop. If you do use some brokers, they can allow you to add predefined stop. Okay. The action, guys, very, very ugly on SPY. Whipsaw, it's Friday. Okay, they're running a donation campaign. What they're looking to do is to lure you in and take all your money from the week. So don't fall for it. All right, so right now the best thing to do is you're mentally compromised. We've seen a lot of mental action. We've seen a lot of price action. We saw the ups. We saw the downs. We saw the gap up, the news. So we've been put through the gauntlet. So it's very important that you don't make those big decisions when you're vulnerable from the standpoint of you're slightly compromised mentally. All right, so if you caught a couple of trades, if you didn't take any trades, if you got stopped out a couple of times, right, there aren't any clean opportunities. So it might be good to protect your week and just wrap it up. Okay, you don't want to make too much big decisions on Fridays. Okay, so very, very important that you do that. Here's a link. Okay. It's just a Google form. It's going to send you to a Google form. It's going to ask you for your email address. All right, it's going to ask you for an email address that I can send you the link to the webinar and just a short 2-question survey. That's it. Range bound, trading the small here because I have no choice. 680 put 0 DT entered. Calling to say I have range bound 100%. Let me kind of just be on put. I hope it work out. Just entered. puts at 1048. Got out next candle, $4. Green is green. Done for now. Thanks, G. See you guys next week. Absolutely. Welcome back. Gary, Palantir is bouncing back. Yeah, Palantir looks like Palantir got a catalyst. Palantir got beat up for 3 days. All right, so coincidentally, maybe, someone on Palantir sent a text to the commander-in-chief. Okay, said, hey, you know what? Say something. Lift us up. 100%. I just went one green trade to finish the week. I'm trying. All right, so who's done for the week, guys? Who's done for the week on YouTube? Make sure to like the video. Let's do the giveaway. I want to do the giveaway. If we can hit 200 likes today, all right? It's a tall task, but I believe we can do it. We already had 700 plus people join us. We'll do 3 giveaways. Okay, we'll do 3 giveaways. All right, we'll do 3 giveaways for the folks in the Discord. The giveaway is going to be for the boot camp. Okay, the long-awaited boot camp for the scalping. I have a unique take on scalping. There's some unique techniques that I use. All right, so you definitely want to attend that. If you win, I would love for everyone to win. Of course, for the folks on YouTube, you have access to the course. Okay, the Getting Started course. So when this scalping boot camp is complete, okay, the course is going to be available. Hey, is there any place where we can watch the trading without YouTube delays? Yes. So welcome to the team, Ken. What you want to do, Ken, is I know not everyone's familiar with our Discord. Okay, is you want to scroll down. You click the chat. Now scroll one. Just go to the very next channel on top of chat, and that leads you right here. And that sends you into the Google Meets. I'm not sure why Google Meets by default has everyone's camera on, right? So if you don't want to be on cam, make sure to click the no cam button. If you want to be on cam, by all means. I'm not even looking at the Google Meets outside of the chat. But by default, I don't know why it does that. So you're going to have to click the no cam button when you're jumping in. And Google Meets might be on the clock. I might have to go back to Zoom. Or maybe just directly through the Discord. Terrible cycles, yeah, 100%. This is just on Saturday. Supposedly, we have the vice president meeting with some leadership in Iran and neutral ground Pakistan. All right, so we have some big things coming up, and we have, I think, Netanyahu and leadership in Lebanon meeting as well on Tuesday. Okay, so I'm just wondering if Discord has the ability to record. I'm wondering if Discord has the ability to record the episodes. Okay. So was everyone able to get in? That wanted to get in? Everyone able to get in? Okay. Looks like we're out of stock once again. Let me refresh. We should be good now. Okay, so over the weekend, I know we have a lot of new members, guys. Over the weekend, what you want to do is at least for one entire day, don't look at the charts. I know it's contrary to what most people say. Stay away from the charts for at least 16 hours. I would say 24 hours, but at minimum, have nothing to do with the charts for a long period of time, okay? Allow yourself to enjoy the other aspects of life. This takes a lot of attention. This takes a lot of mental capital, even though the markets are closed. So it's very important you become a human again and do the things you love, do the things you enjoy, and do the things you're trading for. Trading is just a means to an end. Okay, so don't forget what the end is. You can enjoy those things now, even though you're not there per se in your trading career. And then at some point in time, dedicate about 30 minutes to an hour to review your journal. If you don't have a journal, it's a great time to get a journal. All right? Get a journal, a physical journal, and a nice pen. If you have a journal, you've been documenting everything you've been seeing, everything you've been feeling up until this point. Review that. Review some of the trades you took. And look for areas you can improve. Look to improve at least one element. Okay? Don't go into the weekend looking to improve 5 things. It's not going to happen. That's the reality of the situation. Just look to focus on one particular thing going into next week. Look to really, really hone in and focus on improving intentionally one thing. Okay? And then continuing to do one thing that you've been doing right up to this point. Okay? Say if it's been a terrible week for you, there's still one thing you're doing. The one thing you're doing good that you're showing up. Okay? Look for at least one positive thing you did. Okay? Because the biggest danger for the ones who are winning big, for the ones who are losing big, you're both vulnerable. The ones who are completely green, euphoria. Your biggest danger is being euphoric. Your biggest danger is easing off the pedal because you think you figured everything out and not going through your routine in the process. All right, so regardless of which end of the spectrum you're on, make sure process is first. So review those trades, review the things you did, look to make those improvements. It takes 30 minutes to an hour. Okay, the technical side, okay, we have the technical side down. All right, after that, after you spend some time away from the charts, if you want to look at the charts to review overall, by all means, but I don't want you to spend 24 hours out of your 48 hours you have away from the market on the charts. You're going to burn yourself out. You're going to come Monday, and it's not going to make a difference in your performance. Matter of fact, it's going to lead to a worse performance because you left it all in practice. Okay? So refill yourself. Make the proper adjustments. Sunday night, we're going to come together. We're going to do these stocks after dark in our community. All right? Between 7:30 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock p.m. on Sunday. And we're going to go over all the charts. All right? So that would be a great time for you to start fixing that schedule. Most of you already follow that routine. If you don't, that's a great time to implement this routine. All right, what you do on Saturday as far as the technicals are concerned, in the beginning when you're learning, of course, you have to put the work in, but once you're past the learning curve, the major learning curve, okay, there's only so many lines you can draw on SPY. That's the reality. There's only so many lines you can draw. At some point in time, you're just emphasizing on you trying to have everything you need to be better at executing. To be mentally refreshed, to be mentally reset, to know what you did right, to know the things you need to improve, okay, to help your execution. Monday comes around, when Tuesday comes around, when Wednesday comes around, when it's midweek, referring back to the things you told yourself on Saturday evening because you made that commitment not to overtrade. When Thursday comes around, and you're back-to-back, you took 2 trades that are not working in your favor. Or Wednesday, you took 3 trades in a row, and you're green, and you start getting euphoric. And sometimes that euphoria triggers you to overtrade. All right, so very, very important that you set yourself up for the next 5 days for that stretch. Okay, because the conditions in April are completely different. Now VIX is below 20. So these conditions, we were spoiled in March. Despite the volatility, we were spoiled. We're getting good action. Okay, now this low ATR, low IV condition, if you haven't navigated it before, buckle up. Okay, there's going to be it's going to tempt you to overtrade because there can be a lot of stop outs. All right, so now what you have to focus on, since there can be a lot of stop outs, you have to focus on the cleanest of the cleanest moves. Because it's moving in such a tight range. Okay? Not from the standpoint of the structure, but from the standpoint of how much ground is price covering. How much are we moving per 5-minute candle? Last month, we were moving above $1.20 for a good chunk of the month. Most of the time, the VIX was above 25, above 30. IV was above 30. New conditions, guys. So now there's the slugfest type of conditions. Okay, slow grind higher, slow grind lower, couple of clean moves, reversion back to slow grind higher, slow grind lower. So make those adjustments in real time. All right. So very, very important that we do that heading into the weekend. Link to the webinar. Okay, so again, if you're wrapping up, if you're done for the week, great job. Make the adjustments, team. We'll see you on Sunday. For the ones who are attending the webinar, I'll post that link again. It is in the announcements tab. 11:30 a.m. Eastern. 11:30 a.m. Eastern, Shockwave 15 webinar. Okay, that's the link. It's going to send you to a Google form, and you can fill that out. NVIDIA, Broadcom going, so semiconductors continue to lead the way, guys. Semiconductors continue to lead the way. Semis are carrying the market. They're single-handedly carrying the market. Tesla, complete mess. Tesla, look at the whipsaw on Tesla. If you think SPY is ugly, look at Tesla. Okay, look at that. Nothing. Okay, nothing there. So things already left. Things already broke. They're either continuing or chopping. Things that already broke out, they're either continuing, or the other names that have not broke, okay, are chopping, and the ones that made those lows are starting to slowly recover. Okay, so what you're trying to look for, these are the three things. The ones that are chopping, okay, if you're a breakout trader, you're waiting for a breakout. The ones that are chopping, okay. The names that are chopping, if you're still looking for trades, you're looking for a breakout, breakdown with confirmation. The ones that are trending, you're looking for pullbacks into critical EMAs and key levels. The ones are trending to the downside, you're looking for pullbacks as well. That's basically what's there. All right. So in our case, SPY is doing this. SPY is chopping. So there's no expansion in SPY until there's an expansion. There's no expansion until there's no expansion until the expansion is here. Okay, it's contract, then expand. As of now, there is no expansion. Okay, so of course the expansion would be above these highs. This would be the expansion above these highs. But what is the threat up there? The threat up there is rejection, possible a grab of those highs, and mean reversion back to downside. So if you're looking to go long, you need to do your due diligence up there to ensure that it's a strong, decisive push and make sure the risk is defined. If you're looking to go short, you want to see weakness and take it back down. What would be a validation marker? We expand. Okay, so the idea has to pertain to one of those two things. Okay, we either continue to chop or we expand. And based on what you're seeing in these particular areas, what the environmental conditions are, then you can pair that with an idea. Okay, we can pair that with an idea. Okay. Let's take a listen to our friends at CNBC here, guys. Let's take a listen to our friends. So all the spots we're out of stock again. So again, that's all the spots. Okay, we are out of stock. Okay, so unless there's someone that wants to join right away, that's it. All right, so we opened it up a couple of times. And we'll open up the official spots for April next week, 10 to 15 spots at that $69 a month, which is still an absolute steal. All right. And we'll take it from there. Folks on YouTube, like the video. Let's get the likes up. We're going to take a listen to our friends at CNBC, and then I'm going to take a quick coffee refill break, and then we'll continue. On the other side, we'll do the giveaway. On the other side, we'll do chart request. I do have to end the stream before 1 o'clock today. My daughter has a presentation at school, so I can't miss that. Okay, that's not gonna fly. All right, strikers, how we doing? Yeah, so this further lets us know what kind of conditions we're just tightening. Yeah, and those EMAs are crisscrossing. So EMAs are essentially rendered useless at this point. Okay, so if we're not trending, EMAs are useless. If we're trending, EMAs are useful. Core weave, Anthropic strike deal. So what we're seeing now is that circular economy, AI type of theme is coming back into play. Okay, so it looks like the AI trade is where a lot of the money's coming back into. Okay, we were risk off. Now we're slightly going to risk on, and we're going to start off with the AI names. Starting off with those AI names. Okay. We got an analysis grade. As Bitcoin starts to pick up, I'm going to add another crypto bot in here. Okay, some of you do trade crypto, so I'm going to add that as well. And a couple more things there. So Google. So for my fundamentalist, okay, there is this analyst grading. Okay, there you can see. Google got looks like overweight from Cantor. Need them buy. So just look for the big names. Live flow data. What do we got? Large sweep on Intel. 70 strike 515. Okay, those are the May contracts. We have SMH. We got some put sweeps coming in. 430s, 417. SCRWV as well. VRT. Any AI ideas? Okay, so it looks like the AI was MSFT 375 410 strike, 68% probability. What is it seeing? Okay, let's drop down. Okay. This prior resistance. Looking for that bounce in that territory, reclaim that resistance. A lot of flow coming in. Okay, a lot of flow coming to those contracts. Okay. The calls there. So that's for 410. So that's for basically today. So those would have been the zeros that came in at 953. So let's actually check it. So 953. All right, let's see. Microsoft's chart's a mess. I actually dropped Microsoft out of the top 12. So I'll probably update that chart every quarter instead of every year because the cycles are changing so fast. So Microsoft no longer. It was 953. So you take the calls right here. Take the calls right in this territory. Take the calls right in that territory. It just depends on your risk. If your risk is those very lows, you can make something out of it into those highs. If you're waiting for a push all the way into those highs, you're still in position. Okay. So always do your due diligence. Don't take anything for face value. Neo. Wow. Neo. 417. Okay, this one played out nicely. Neo 417. This came in yesterday, 3 o'clock. Neo 82% confidence, 417 contracts. This one would have paid nicely. So this came in yesterday near the close, power hour, Neo Lottos, and this is up nicely. 82% confidence. Yeah, Neo is over. Those contracts are probably above 100%. Okay. So due diligence is key. And it did shockwave as well. Did the shockwave dance. All right. Can we break above those highs? Can we break above those highs? Call wall was at 680 yesterday. Now moved to 685. Thank you for the update, Jake. That's black box, right? Black box. I was trying to get black box if they have an integration for Discord, but they don't have an integration. Cheddarflow. The thing about Cheddarflow, I think Cheddarflow's Discord feed might be, if you want to add it to the Discord, there's a 15-minute delay on the Discord one. On the if I add it to the Discord, there's a 15-minute delay. So, and we're not using it to make any decisions. It just gives us some information for the flow. But I'd prefer not to have a delay. Let's take a listen to our friends here. Let them get off commercial break, and we'll do the giveaway on the other side. So don't put your names in yet. I'm not collecting any names. I will do a lotto if it comes into play. Neo, right? 680 calls. Beautiful job. 103.36. 1036. Scalp. The scalpers always have something to do. Scalpers will always have something to do. You got that same support. Firefly. Yep. Complete mess. EV, yeah, EV completely. The EV trade. There was a couple of themes during the 20s, all right? During like the 20s, between 20, I would say from, if you stretch it to 19, from 19 to now, 2019 to now, there's a couple of themes that completely collapsed. If you recall the the cannabis trade, okay, that collapsed. We saw the EV trade, that collapsed. We saw the metaverse, NFT, bubble pop. So once in a while, we have these different themes that come into play. And if you ask me, AI is more than a theme. Right? AI is more than a theme. I think it's something that's going to reshape a lot of things. Okay? Can a lot of these names be overestimating? Right? AI, sure, but I don't think it's a bubble. I think there's some actual legitimacy. Can it be overvalued? Sure. Can it correct? Sure. But I don't think it's like just a fad that's going to just disappear. So it's going to come down to the support. We've been grinding higher. We're sitting right at that daily open, sitting right at that daily upside breaker, prior day highs. Nice, gives us a nice little key zone. 300% on NVIDIA from earlier audio. If you held that from earlier, I mean, beautiful. NVIDIA is the trade, guys. Hit TP3. I took it to TP1. Okay, for 70 plus. This is probably, so those contracts got to about 250. 250. From 43 cents to 250. So $43 per contract turns into $250. Are you able to catch the whole piece? Probably not. If you have something to show for it, that's what matters. Okay. So it's going to come down to how we interact with this key zone here. In the meantime, we'll take a quick coffee refill. We'll be right back, guys. Let's take a listen to our friends at CNBC in the meantime. All right, let's get the likes up. On the other side, we'll do the giveaway. We'll do some charts. We'll field some questions. If we can get to 150 likes by then, we'll do 2 giveaways. We're currently sitting just above 100, and we'll see you in a couple of minutes.
For just a little after 8 p.m. Eastern Time, re-entry will cap a 10-day mission around the far side of the moon designed to pave the way for a crewed landing later this decade. It's been fun to watch. Carl, let me send it back to you.
All right, rooting for those guys. Thanks, Contessa.
Sure.
Still ahead, Fed Chair Powell and the Treasury Secretary meeting with bank executives over emerging cybersecurity risks posed by AI. Bill Gurley will join us, weighing in on those growing fears on the other side of this break.
As an independent financial advisor, my promise to you is simple.
As a fiduciary, I promise to put your interest first, always.
I promise that our relationship will go well beyond just investment decisions.
It's the intersection of your money and your life where we can make the biggest difference.
Charles Schwab is proud to support the independent financial advisors who are passionately dedicated to helping people achieve their financial goals. Visit findyourindependengadvisor.com.
Meet Sabrina Gonzalez, Walmart pharmacist extraordinaire. In her 9 years at Walmart, she's seen it all. The sniffles, scrapes, sunburns, the really bad boo-boos, and the patients who need a little extra time to understand their script. Even the serious stuff. When the people you love need ongoing care, Sabrina's the one they count on. One of the 15,000 plus Walmart pharmacists in communities just like yours. Who knew?
I knew.
We found a trustworthy pro on Angie who put so much care into our kitchen.
He treated it like it was his baby.
So when we needed a godfather for our baby, I couldn't trust anyone else.
Here you go. I do kitchens.
Angie, the one you trust to find the ones you trust.
Well, looking at your portfolio, you've got diverse equity exposure, broad market ETF, some fixed income. However, I am seeing a gap here. College basketball, baby! I'd recommend a 3-leg parlay. Maybe sprinkle in a few player props just to even things out. I've got a strong read on an early upset.
If you're looking for a broker that's not also your bookie, we invite you to try Public.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
When I started Walton Goggins Goggle Glasses, I didn't know how to turn all this fancy prettiness into a classy-looking logo. But GoDaddy Aero does, with its magical AI powers. It not only creates it, it slaps that sweet thing everywhere.
We recommend TimberTech 100% of the time when we're working on a waterfront or a dock area. It's a low-maintenance product, and it's resistant to the weather. It's something that's going to be here for a very long time. TimberTech, it's everything wood should be for docks.
Great work starts with a great workspace. That was the idea behind the original Veridesk, and it's the inspiration behind everything we do. From our latest standing desks and ergonomic seating to free shipping and fast assembly, we create a workspace that works for you so you can feel your best and do your best. Start your office upgrade today.
You could spend all day sorting your employees' expenses. Or you could let Ramp do it.
I like that.
Never chase a receipt again. Ramp. Love finance.
Welcome back. OpenAI blasting Anthropic in this new memo to shareholders, trying to downplay its rival's relevance as Anthropic now gains some momentum. Our Kate Rooney's watching that in today's Tech Check. Morning, Kate.
Good morning, Carl. So we did get a hold of that memo that OpenAI sent out to investors this week. In it, the AI giant really tries to differentiate from rival Anthropic, accusing that company of essentially a lack of compute. So that's basically when we talk about compute, it's hardware, data centers, energy to train and then run some of those AI models. OpenAI, they say in this memo, they plan to have 30 gigawatts by 2030. Anthropic, meanwhile, they say roughly 7 to 8 gigawatts by the end of next year. They say in this, even at the high end of that range, they say our ramp is materially ahead and widening. They say that scale now is a real differentiator. This, guys, has been a key strategic disagreement between two of the leading AI labs. So OpenAI, on one hand, has spent significantly more on compute. They're going to face
Okay, back. We're starting to see a nice little break on SPY. Back to downside, support not holding up. Reclaiming that key zone there, back to downside. We're seeing a nice little spike on the VIX as it climbs. And the critical thing here is going to be the Qs. Can the Qs finally get back below VWAP? Can the Qs get back below VWAP? We know in this territory there's a very small window. All right, for that breakdown to take place, very small window. If you're going to try to take a short there, very tight window to potentially scalp it into this territory. All right, so see if the VIX can continue to show signs of strength in that area. And of course, if the Qs can break VWAP, that would give you that extra vote of confidence. Now, first shift lows are this 680.03, so you can be in the other camp, bullish camp, where you're going to see a sweep of that 680.03, see some buying pressure come in, and take it back up. As far as SPY is concerned, look at that range-bound action. All right, we haven't went anywhere. We're as flat as can be. The Qs are the only thing green, and the Qs are holding on to green. They're green by 32 cents. That's it. They're green by 32 cents. Awesome call with NVIDIA. Absolutely. Bought NVIDIA 185. 60 cents to 480. There we go, Jimmy. Beautiful job. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Anyone else, guys? Anyone else done for the day? Who's done for the day? I don't see a lot of done for the days, done for the weeks. I believe sliding was the only one. If you are logging off, guys, have a tremendous weekend. Done for the week. There we go. Beautiful job, 6-0. Great way to bounce back. All right, it's all about the response, guys. Okay. And what you realize over time, adversity is a privilege. Okay. I say that because you get to really know who you are when you see adversity. Not a lot of times do you get to really know what you're made out of until adversity comes up. So it's timely. So it's truly a privilege because you get to see how much progress you made. Okay. You get to see done 400% on NVIDIA. My goodness. You were looking to hold that thing. You did a tremendous job holding, Maurice. You did a tremendous job holding. A couple of lottos left in the bag on a grade 8 names, but done for that. Whipsaw. Smart action. How long? So I really started trading 2018, 2019, just before the COVID time. So it hasn't even been a year, hasn't been a decade yet. But I was learning about the market for quite some time before that. So I started off on the interest, on the long-term investing side, value investing versus growth investing, index investing. Then eventually that turned into swing trading, and eventually I went all the way into the day trading side. So just under a decade. Which is crazy. Which is crazy to say. All right. What a beautiful breakdown. That was actually a nice breakdown. See if there's some follow through behind the breakdown. The whole point of shockwave is momentum. It's a momentum indicator. So momentum is needed for it to continue to push lower. Did the Qs give up that VWAP? Okay, Qs stay below VWAP. There can be some juice behind this move to the downside, pushing into 680. So just filtering it out. So sometimes when it filters it out, if you want to take the break, that's up to you. But it's filtering it out to see if you can generate that signal. 1996. Wow. 1996. I thought it said 1966. I said 1996. Tremendous. We have people in our team that's the cool thing about team guys. And the collection of traders we're putting together. Nice break there. Once the VIX gave up that VWAP, that slide took place. Okay, that slide took place. See if the Qs can start to trigger here. This has a small amount of room. 50% AMD holding. Wow. AMD. Very tight window for SPY to operate here. Very tight window for SPY to operate. AMD. Look at that, guys. AMD, initial shockwave pop. And then, of course, hits TP and it leads to a drop. So there's a very tight window to operate. On SPY, be mindful of that. The Dow has been breaking down. IW is breaking down as well. All right, so we have traders on our team that have been trading through the .com, through the 90s. All right, so that's what makes us better as a community. All right, so everyone brings their experience, everyone brings their skill set to the table. IW falling off a cliff as well. So SPY, if you short SPY there, your room is into this territory. Now Rakesh was on top of that during that break. Beautiful job, Rakesh. $11 on SPX. Monster catch. Short the Qs for the 4-time, we'll see. Look at that, persistence. Okay. All right, so the hard part is the 680. All right, the hard part is, even though it did break down here, all right, you can extract the profits, but can it break below 680 and continue to go? Okay, we know there's some buyers waiting here. They're willing to put up a fight. All right, if we're going to draw the line on the VIX for it to give it some room to drop, ideally VIX stay above 1950. Okay, stay above 1950. So 96, that's going on 30 years. Jeffrey, tremendous experience. I blew so many accounts. Yeah, so a lot of lessons. Beautiful job, Sancho. Way to go. Anyone else gets that nice little ride? So 2 of our traders able to capitalize off that. Check back on Google Meets. SOXL puts 78. Beautiful job, Jasper. SOXL is similar to SMH. Semiconductors. Okay. Let's see what takes place here. We got that ripple. Okay, only difference is SOXL is SOXL 5x or is it 3x? 3x leverage. I think it's 3 or 5x leverage on SOXL. 29% QQQ puts turbo. Yeah, that view out break on Qs, right? For the Qs to really get momentum, they need to get below. They need to get below that that opening range low. Okay. See if we got a retrace reject there on SPY. Let's take a look at IW. Potential flag on IW. Oh, might be gone already. Needs a little more to push higher. Keep a close eye on IW. Something is slowing my system down today. Don't know what it is. All right, so if you took a short off that level, or your window to operate is into that 680 territory. If you're looking to go long off that level, okay, you wait for the shorts to take some profits, some signs of life. Didn't come into it to a T, but we are starting to see some buyers step in there. Somewhat of a double bottom as we continue to trade. Okay, as we continue to trade in this range. So clear resistance, clear support. We are range bound. So until proven otherwise, this is support, this is resistance. We need overwhelming evidence for us to take the break below this low. You can take the break into the low, but to take it below the low, you need the overwhelming evidence. And to take the calls into the highs are doable, but to take it above, you need overwhelming evidence. So to be proven otherwise. In the meantime, guys, this is what we're doing, okay? And this area can serve as the midpoint between that daily upside breaker along with the daily open. See if that flag can come to fruition. It's going to really come down to what the Qs want to do, okay? It's going to come down to what the Qs want to do. So semis are starting to pull back, NVIDIA is starting to pull back as well. Okay. Okay, ExxonMobil starting to show some signs of a rejection. ExxonMobil. If we have some strength there, ExxonMobil can be the short. ExxonMobil can be the short. ExxonMobil dumped, hit close to 3 TPs. Okay, that might start to run away here. See if ExxonMobil can come a little higher into this territory for our lotto. If it goes, I'll look for a different lotto. So what I need in this case is I need the, if the index can push, that'd be great. Okay. See if this bull flag can kind of push into this territory. In that case, my risk on Exxon will be make or break, meaning stop me out up here or go to TP or 1R. So we want this bull flag to come into play into this territory. So I want to utilize that bull flag in that territory. Ideally, if we can get a bounce off that 680 while we're selling off here on SPY as that flag is breaking. See if we can get a nice little push, and then we bounce on 680 on SPY. We get that drop. If we get that complete breakdown below 680, more than likely Exxon continues to push. Okay, so that 680 test on SPY will be crucial. So keep a close eye on SPY here, and then we'll be watching XOM here. See if that flag break again. Can that flag break on SPY? Okay. on the one lead us below this green box. Okay, lead us below the green box. Exxon is above the above the VWAP. Exxon is above the VWAP. Exxon is above the VWAP. We're starting to see a nice bounce on Apple off that daily upside breaker. So Apple clean move there. What else? Exit from runner. Good. Done for the day. 3 trades, 2 L's. 1 still hit my daily goal. That's a great reflection of your risk management. So great job, Styles, the producer. Anyone else, guys? Anyone else? IW continues to go. IW continues to go. So we're very, very crucial territory here. See if Exxon can get one more push. One more push. Might be pinching pennies here, but I want to get that nice entry. Okay, at least come into the jaws of that 153.44. Okay, that's a 20-cent difference between where we are and where we are there. So 20-cent difference could be upwards of 8 to 12%. If SPY just parabolically breaks below 680, more than likely Exxon continues to push. If we sweep these lows, okay, as we sweep these lows, go back the upside, I can either take Exxon or play the mean reversion on SPY. And what would be the invalidation marker? Invalidation marker would be it just turns into a complete breakdown. Is it going down? So far, it's going, as of now, it's going down. All right. As of now, it's going down. Okay. Okay, there goes the Qs. There go the Qs. Okay, the SPY breaks 680 and continue to push. VIX is going. VIX is going. So this is, if your entry's up here, you have somewhat of a little bit of comfort, a little bit of a cushion after taking profits. But to take it flat out there short, can you? I mean, you can do whatever you like, but it will. You're gonna need that thing to start to move fairly quickly. VIX starts to fade. I'll look for that mean reversion. Meaning go the opposite way and let this be support. Okay, on SPY, and that would be the lotto. All right, the 681s are trading about a dollar. 680s are trading about $1 some change. Okay, that'll be the last trade. Okay, so you get some sort of reversion here. VIX still strong, so still showing some signs of weakness. Qs have not played yet. Qs are the laggard to the downside. Okay, so it looks like SPY is going. So SPY, I'm gonna keep a close eye on that 680 and that support. So we're looking to see if that support gets violated. QQQ. As it hasn't made the move to the lows yet. So we're seeing some divergence between Q and SPY. So if SPY does drop, QQQ might have more juice on it than SPY, because SPY is near the lows of the day, barring the mean reversion doesn't take place. Okay, QQQ 611s. Okay, SPY's below that level. Okay, I like that continued strength. See how that 5-minute candle shapes up on the Qs. Get that nice little retrace reject, and this will be my lotto for the day. Get one more little push. One more little push higher. Just one little push. This would have been a nice entry. Just one little push. I'll take the Qs to the downside. Just one little push. Risk being, of course, all the way at the 611.71s. 611.71s. Okay. If you took that, that's already gone. So SPY breaking that level. VIX continues to go. SPY completely breaking this. That flag was nice. So no mean reversion there, just a complete collapse. So it took how long? It took close to 2 hours and 25 minutes to finally get something below that 680. VIX is climbing. VIX is climbing to 20. VIX is climbing to 20. Is Exxon pushing? I think with Exxon can also be dumping as well. So it doesn't necessarily have to be. It's not always perfectly inverse. Okay, well, that was a nice drop there on SPY. So SPY put 50%. Beautiful job, guys. If you sat through that, you earned that. Beautiful. Done for the day. Done for the day. Yeah, I think once this flag broke down, that compression broke down, that led us into those lows, and now we're coming to 20 on the VIX. So 20 on the VIX. Do we recapture 20 on the VIX? Qs are back at that daily. That daily level. IW continues to break down. That's a nice breakdown on SPY. All right. That was a nice breakdown on SPY. Anyone take that by any chance? Anyone short SPY? If you are, this looks like it wants to go all the way to that TP2. Still holding SOXL. All right, so once the semis started to fade, the only thing holding us up at this point in the Qs was the semis. All right, so once they start to fade, it looks like everything just dropped. The only thing propping up the market was the semis. Qs are now below that daily upside breaker. Prior day highs. What a drop on SPY, guys. Where's NVIDIA? NVIDIA, the one bright spot. Okay, NVIDIA's pulling back slightly. Okay, pulling back slightly. 100% still holding SPY. So for the ones who were persistent, stopped out a few times, you stayed patient, you didn't take anything in between. Okay, you waited. Tremendous job. Okay, now the Qs are starting to bounce out that 610.50. Okay, this reaction is solely based on what the VIX is doing with that 20. If the VIX starts to slow down at that 20, we can possibly start to see some sort of retracement back into this major support turn resistance key zone. Okay. If that was a trade you were patient for that complete breakdown of that level, you waited 2 hours. You waited 2+ hours for it. So a tremendous job. SOXL still holding 100%. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So Qs are starting to catch a bit off that 610. 610.56, 610.50, which is the daily upside breaker. Okay. So in 55 seconds, what kind of activity do we get off of this daily upside breaker prior day highs? So really and truly, it was once this support got cracked. This support got cracked and led to everything else. Okay, so who's done for the day? If we can hold above 20, continue to accelerate, we continue to drop towards that 676 territory. If we reject off 20, we possibly climb back to 680 territory. Okay, 700% on the video. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. 70%. 680, beautiful, beautiful. QQ before it went up. Wish I kept my puts. So whenever you see these moves after you take profits, guys, you're gonna see there's gonna be a lot of FOMO. Okay, it's okay to feel FOMO. We all feel FOMO. But the main thing is, what do you do with the FOMO? Do you act on the FOMO? Does the FOMO drive your next trade? All right, so don't allow the FOMO to drive your next trade. Okay, just feel the FOMO. It's impossible to fully eliminate it, right? But just know how to deal with it. Okay, don't let that put you in a position just to automatically start chasing. Okay, you can use the FOMO to maybe find another entry with less size because you already made money off the trade. Or you can just sit back and just admire the trade itself. At the end of the day, you have something to show for it. Okay. I don't know how to trade this market. I feel like unluck. Yeah, there's a little bit of luck, but the best thing to do in this market is just when you're wrong, be wrong. Don't be wrong for long. See profit, take profit. Okay, the ones who can navigate these conditions are the ones who are proficient at managing risk, who are proficient at taking profits, and who are proficient at knowing when not to trade. Okay? Knowing when not to trade. Those three things. All right. The guy spits out something and kills all the saints from the families. Who? The Commander-in-Chief? President? 5 minute inside on the 5 minute candle inside on SPY at that 610 on the Qs at that 610.50, which is that daily upside breaker prior to highs. Qs are trying to work their way to that PML at that second target. If we start to reject off that 20, start heading back towards 1950, we can start to see maybe some signs of life. If you're a trend trader, all you're focused on is these EMAs, all these waves. You're looking to see if you can get some sort of retrace reject. You're allowing the buyers to come in off those lows. As they're coming in, see if we can come into a key level, a key zone, and get that rejection back lower for another leg. If you're a reversal trader, okay, now you're looking for maybe some entries off lows, maybe some combination of key levels, combination of market context to find your entry off that low. Okay, if you're a structure shift trader, the most important structure for us to shift is 680.71. These highs up here. Okay, just depends which camp you're in. All right. Now, do we have 1,000? Not 1,000 likes. 100 likes. POC rejection. Beautiful job, Jason. 24%. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. You're letting the waves invalidate you. Artem. Letting those runners run. All right. So I did have the heavy lifting earlier. All right. That's my sweet spot. After that, it's just basically lottos. Didn't take the lotto. I was looking for the mean reversion. There was no mean to be revert from. So there was nothing there. Was possibly debating taking the Qs to the downside and SPY, and they just kind of broke down. So the trade of the day today is NVIDIA. We did take Amazon for a scalp. Did get stopped out on SPY earlier. So we'll say NVIDIA is the trade of the day. And this last breakdown on SPY, that was nice. Okay, so let's do the giveaway, guys. Make sure to like the video. We'll do the giveaway at 12:15. So put your names in the chat from now until 12:15. We will start with the folks on our team. Okay, strikers. For a lot of you did join today. All right, spots are full. Okay, so if you're looking to join, I can open up a few spots, but you have to just let me know. But outside of that, we're at capacity at that $50 a month. Next week, okay, it's going to be $69 a month. It's still an absolute steal. There's going to be a trial code available. And we're going to be taking 10 to 15 traders at a time. For the ones who are in, guys, make the proper adjustments. For the ones joining for the first time on YouTube, make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. Let us know where you're joining from. And tune in every day. We're live every single day, 9:30 a.m. all the way to 12:30, 1:30. So on 100%. Beautiful job. My phone was usually holding too long. Finally stopped out. I didn't push down for the day. That was nice. That was a nice move on IW. That was actually clean. I gotta learn to leave some runners, but that's where the SPY put just the morning green. 100% green is green, guys. Can you explain the last 5-minute Meta candle? Let's take a look at Meta's last 5-minute candle. Meta has some explaining to do. Okay, so this, you're talking about this one, David. So this is known as an bearish engulfing candle. All right, 3 down candle, strat terminology, just simply means bearish engulfing. There's actually a difference between 3 down and bearish engulfing. There's nuance to it, but we'll go with the definition here, which is bearish engulfing. What that simply means, okay, what that simply means is at some point in time, okay, we know each candle tells a story. During that 5-minute juncture, we saw a previous candle, okay, and then we got this bullish candle, okay, so buyers showed up. This is the interaction between buyers and sellers. Say if more buyers showed up than sellers, this candle is green. And the next 5-minute window, we see a break above this candle's high. So more buyers initially step up than sellers. Okay? We see some profit taking. It drives us lower. And by the time we close, okay, we close all the way down here. So we opened up above it. We were bullish at some point in time during that 5-minute window. But the selling pressure got to that buying candle, drove it past the 50% retrace, and drove it all the way to those lows. So it essentially engulfed that entire move. Okay? That's what's an engulfing candle. All right, so it just swallowed that move. And let me just tell you something, guys. Everything that happens backwards happens forward. The market is completely symmetrical. How can we prove it? What is the opposite of an engulfing candle? So what is the opposite of expansion? Contraction. What is the opposite of an engulfing candle? Opposite of an engulfing candle is a what? Inside candle. Okay? From a structural standpoint, what does an inside candle tell us? Okay? Internally, we're tightening. Okay? Remember, everything is the same front and back. That's the principles of trading. It can't be true one way and wrong the other way. Then that is not a theory. It should be able to hold up both ways. Now, what is the opposite of a inside candle? Okay, an engulfing candle. Okay, now that tells us that rather than contracting, that engulfing candle leads us to this formation known as a Browning formation, which allows us to expand. Okay, so both hold up because both are true, no matter how you slice it. So engulfing means we take out the high, we take out depending on which one we take out. Bullish engulfing, bearish engulfing. Same thing as an inside candle. One is contraction, one is expansion. Okay. So now if you're looking, if we take it a step further, if you're playing this expansion, all right, you're looking to take it from exhaustion to equilibrium, or from equilibrium back to points of exhaustion, or back to the highs. So back to the lows or back to the highs. Okay, there's a little bit of more advanced since we're here. If you're playing the broadening formation, you're looking to take it off the points of exhaustion, so the lower lows, back to some structural shift, or the midpoint back to the lows, or the midpoint into the next level of exhaustion to take it back lower. On the opposite end, if you're playing contraction, okay, you're waiting for there to be a point in time where this leads to finally a break. Break either way. Can it break both ways and go the opposite? Absolutely. Right? There's nuance to everything we're talking about, but just fundamentally understand the difference. So to simply put it, engulfing candle just means we engulf the previous candle's range. We engulf the previous candle's price action. Okay. Five-minute chart looks like it wants to hold a 200 EMA. All right, so remember, look at that rejection off that 20. 2 down, 2 up, absolutely. 2 down, 2 up strat combo. So hard to spot. Yes, a lot of these theories, guys, they what I realized is they're beautiful in hindsight. Right? They make so much sense in hindsight, but in real time, sometimes they actually do more harm than good. Because you're over-indexing your attention looking for that specific thing. So the best solution to that, guys, is just focus on the price and focus on the levels and market context. Close 65% file runner. The event tomorrow is 11:30 a.m. Eastern time. Okay, so we have people joining us from all over the states. We have people joining us in Canada. We have people joining us all over the place. So Eastern time, 11:30. Still red for the day, but break even for the week. That's a great place to be. Okay, especially on a week like this. Okay, let's collect the names, guys. Let's collect the names. Okay, we'll do the giveaway. You can start putting your names in the chat. We'll start off with the people in our Google Meets, and then go to the Discord. In the meantime, let's take a listen to our friends at CNBC. Retrace, reject off this key zone here. If you're playing the downtrend, reclaim if you're playing the potential reversal. Okay, let me collect the names. We have... In the meantime, let's get to 150 likes, guys. Let's get to 150 likes. 150 likes. And we are, I think we can, we're within striking distance of hitting a huge milestone for the channel, guys. So make sure to help us get there. 4,600 subs. All right, we're 15 subs away. If we can get that, we'll add another giveaway. So we'll do 3 giveaways if we can get to 150. If we stay under 150 as far as likes are concerned, we'll do 2. Okay, so let's try to get those two milestones. That's a huge milestone for our channel, guys. That's a great question. How wide does a person determine how key zone should be? Yes, there has to be boundary set. A key zone can't be $5 wide. So generally, I like the key zone to be anywhere near the ATR. Okay, so we see the ATR is about 60 cents, 70 cents. Ideally, if I can get a key zone within that range, that'll be fine. If the key zone is twice the ATR, then it's not as a zone. That's just a guess. All right. So this key zone here, if we take a look at it, okay. So if we go 79.91 to 80.11, okay, that's about 20 cents. Okay. So maximum, if you want it to be a key zone, don't let it surpass the ATR. Okay. So that gives you the guide on how those key zones should be. Let me know if that makes sense, John. Lee, we got John G. And make sure to put your if you have a common name, make sure you put your last initial. Dave B. We got Riri. We got Wendy. M. Welcome. We got Arnie. We got Megan. Arnie. Megan. Can you explain? Yeah, we'll do support resistance breakdown. Since you guys are in the community, guys, watch the Getting Started Day Trading course. Watch it and go to the support resistance section, and it will give you the full breakdown. We'll lightly touch on it here, but we'll give you have a section in there, guys, where it's dedicated to support resistance, the 3 types of support resistance, when to look for them, how to treat them, how to trade them, how to draw them as well. Okay. We got Freddie. We got, so you have access to it, guys. So take advantage of your membership. The course is in the Discord. So the weekend is a great time to go to it. We got Monty. We got Bola. We got Jasper. Jay. We got Wayne. A. We got Andre R. Okay, looks like I'm up to speed with everyone in the Google Meets. Okay. Okay, David Y, David A. If you guys go by a nickname, okay, you can let me know what your nickname is. If there's something else if I'm mispronouncing your name, saying it the wrong way, all right, just correct me. All right, cool thing is we have such a diverse community of traders. All right. Look over that. If the VIX starts to hold at 1975, okay, we can make the case for that nice little retrace reject there. Smita, all right. Okay, now let's go to the Discord. Okay, let's take this off. So if you put your name already in Google Meets, I already got it. Okay, so now we got Brandon B. Oh, not there. Hey, you want to take that retrace reject? Manage accordingly. Newson, we got Jake R. We got Wendy M. Okay, I got you, Wendy. We got DY. Okay, with Richie S. Okay, keep putting your names on YouTube, guys. It'll be there. We got Casey. Let's go. Rick, is that 3 payouts in 3 days? My goodness, Rick, you're on fire. Rick, absolutely crushing it. Got Casey, we got Carlos. Congratulations, Rick. All right, and Rick has been on our team, I'll probably say less than 2 weeks. Less than 2 weeks, right? Less than 2 weeks, I believe. So if there's a large people who are trading those props, guys, exchange information. I have the futures chat in our Discord as well. If it gets very, very popular, we can possibly pop up once a week and do an Asia session stream. Okay, I don't mind doing that. But the main thing is to keep the main thing, right? Sometimes if you want to learn how to do one thing, you want to make sure you do that before you start to learn 5 different things. Okay? 2 weeks ago, best decision, absolutely, Rick. Congratulations. Again, just stick to the recipe, stick to the same thing over the weekend. Make those adjustments, stick to the process. Sometimes when we are on fire, on a tear, we can start to deviate and get a little comfortable. So it's very important that you reset yourself, and next week is a fresh week, and continue to press forward, make those improvements. But huge congrats. 3 payouts in 1 week. That might be a record. I don't think I've seen someone get 3 payouts in 1 week on our team. So congratulations. Well earned. Anyone take this retrace reject? If you took that retrace reject, okay, congratulations. Just manage accordingly. Maybe your TP was there. Maybe you were looking to take a target. Just depends. Okay. I took it. Okay, good. The last time I got in our team was Carlos. So let me check the Google Meets real quick. The giveaway. Okay, I got Nazim. And the giveaway is for the course. On YouTube, it's for the course. And our Discord is for the bootcamp. And if you win multiple times, I mean, there's only so many things I can give away. Okay, I'll just maybe get another bootcamp ticket. Okay, now let's go over to YouTube. So there's a lot of names already, guys. So again, it's in the best interest for the chat on YouTube to get the likes up to 150 and to get 5,600 subs to increase the probability of winning. We have a lot of names. So we're gonna probably, if you want to win, you probably need more. We probably need more spins. All right. So the ball is in your court. Even if it means if you're joining us on Discord, you have to go hop over to YouTube, hit the like button, jump back in. Whatever gets the job done. We got Jennifer P. We got CJ Rears. We got Troy. We got Brad. We'll go with Brad 9. Okay, Brad 9. We might get another Brad. We got Sandeep. So we got Poppy. Absolutely have a blessed week. BT6305. We got John. No, I was going to say Poppy John. We got John. We'll go with M. Okay. We got William. There's a common name. We got Kevin. Kevin U. Beautiful job, Rakesh. We got Carlos C. Got Sandeep already. We got Kelly. We got CJ Rears. We got that. We got Daniel. Daniel Z. We got Mercy. For this to really go, needs to break that, but ideally you want to see if the The VIX can stay above that 1975, continue to accelerate into 20. But it did provide a scalp already. It's just a matter if you took profits or you're looking to take it all the way lower. Just depends. Okay, Mercy, Jeff B. We got Brian B. We got Justin. Okay. So we got our names. Okay, another run at the zone. So do we reject once again or do we reclaim? Last name I got is Justin. Last name I got is Carlos in the Discord. Last name I got Smooth. Okay, I'll get Smooth. Why SOXL bid 184, ask 228. Oh yeah, so that's a bid and ask spread. So if you guys are not sure what the bid ask spread is, again, I have an entire course team. Okay, make sure to utilize what you're paying for. Okay, the course comes with your subscription. So we got some Palantir news. Well, not the growth of Anthropic. Okay, make sure to go to the welcome or go to the course section on our Discord and go through this day trading course. Right, this will break down everything you need to know. Options, put call, Greeks, bid-ask spreads. Go to section 3. Okay, for the ones who want to get the technical aspect of the technicals sharpened up, go to section 2 of the course. Okay, market structure, cycle, supply, support, resistance, supply, demand, chart types, candlesticks, continuation, reversals, trend lines, key zones, okay, common overlays, indicators, EMAs, VWAP, volume, so on and so forth. So this will tremendously help you. I do a very diligent breakdown of support resistance, what it means, how to trade it, how to treat it, and the 3 types we can get in both directions. All right, so this will break it down even further. So simply put, whenever you have that, the difference between the bid and the ask, okay, is the spread. So if it's a wide bid-ask spread, more than likely you want to try to get filled at the mid or the bid. If you buy at the ask, right, when you try to sell at the ask, you're not going to guarantee to get a fill. You're going to get a guaranteed fill to sell at the bid, but sometimes with that spread, the bid doesn't move. If you move as much, if the underlying didn't move as much, if you bought the ask. Okay. Orb range is, so put call ratio is completely different than orb range. Orb range is opening range. That's the range on the chart of price. Put call ratio is the ratio between the number of puts and the number of calls. All right. So how many calls and puts are there? If you were to put on a scale, for every call, how many puts are there on the other side? For every put, how many calls are there? So simply put, if a put call ratio is 1, okay, that means there's one call for every put. Other terms, 100 calls for every put, 1,000 calls for every put, whatever you want to make the number. If the put call ratio is 0.5, that means for every 1 call, there's 0.5 puts. If it's 0.75, that means for every 100 calls, there's 75 puts. If the put call ratio is 3, that means for every 1 call, there's 3 puts. So what does that tell us? Okay. So all that is broken down in the course. Willie, I got you, Willie. Trial authorities out of stock. Yes, we just ran out of stock. Again, if you're highly interested, all right, I can open it up again, but I opened it up 2 times already. Okay, so if you on YouTube, if you want me to open it up again, put a 1 in the chat. Okay, if you want to open up a few more spots, put one in the chat. All right, if you're interested, I'll do it. If not, it's closed off. It is out of stock. All right, so let's do the giveaway, guys. How many likes do we have? We're at 131. We'll do the giveaway at, we'll shoot for 12:45, okay? 12:45, 1 o'clock. We'll do the giveaway at 12:45. We should be at 150 by then. Hopefully by at 4,600 subs. Okay. See if we can break that trend line support, continue to push lower. The nature of this is if you're treating this as a lotto, the reality, if you're treating it as a scalp, you take profit already. If you're treating this as a lotto, of course, you want to see that breakdown all the way into these lows down there. Maybe you scaled out. It just depends on what you're looking to do with that particular opportunity. Okay. What you're looking to do with that particular opportunity. Let me know if that answers your question, Jasper. And for those of you who've been in the community for more than a week, guys, do me a favor over the weekend. Leave some sort of stars on WAP. Okay, leave some sort of review, some sort of feedback on WAP. Leave a testimonial. Okay, the testimonial tab in the Discord that provides a lot of real social proof on the people that are on the fence. All right, so I try to give that 5-star. Over deliver to our members. All right, so only if you've been there for about, I would say testimonial will be at least in the community for a month. I'll say the rating on WAP, I'll say hold off until you hit your first week. After you hit your first week, you have a good idea of how we run things, then you'll have enough information for you to give us some stars on WAP and to leave a brief review, lengthy review. That's up to you. Okay, well, that will tremendously help during the weekend. So anyone else interested in the link? If you are, put a 1 in. Okay. And if you're interested, I'll open up the number of ones that I do see. Okay. So I see 2 1s so far. See 2 1s so far. I'm new to TA, but the reverse head and shoulder on the 30-minute chart. Let's take a look at it. Inverse head and shoulder on the 30-minute chart. I can see a traditional head and shoulder possibly trying to form. Okay, inverse on the 30. Don't see any signs of inverse from my view. But I do see a traditional head and shoulder. You can be a little ahead of your time. Okay, if we don't make a higher than these highs and final landing spot here and put some pressure there. So I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I see 5 1s. Okay. So the number of ones I see is that the number of spots I'll open, and that's it. Okay. The giveaway, if you remember, boot camp. So the giveaways for the boot camp. What boot camp? This boot camp here. Okay, if you go to courses, Live Mastering SPY Scalping Bootcamp. Okay, it's not up for sale. It's not up for, you can't reserve your spot yet, but if you are a SPY striker, you get access to this bootcamp. Whenever we do have it, it's live. So it's going to be at least 3 hours, okay, of jam-packed content. We're going to go through charts. We're going to go through material, okay, I'm going to do my best to convey all the information from a scalping standpoint and share all the strategies, all the insights to give you the edge. Okay, so everything we're doing every day, okay, trying to bottle that in a way that's digestible and a way you can implement it into your existing system. Okay. So 5 ones, I'll make 5 spots. Okay, so the 5 spots will be available now. All right. So there we go. So for the ones who put 1, the 5 spots are available. Just refresh. I know it's out of stock, but just refresh, and you should be good to go. Okay. Yeah, it includes technical analysis, includes the theory behind the strategies, it includes everything. All right. So basically, what we're doing here. Okay. What is a retrace reject? What is a reclaim? How do we use, when you say synchronized selling, when you say synchronized buying, what does this mean? So breaking everything down in a tangible way for you to understand and implement into your system. Okay, so breaking everything down so you understand those things. All right, that is the whole point of the boot camp, but it's an advanced boot camp. Okay, it is an advanced boot camp. What that means is you're gonna have some understanding of the technicals. Okay, because we're not gonna have the time to explain what a candlestick is. So this is for the advanced, intermediate to advanced type of traders who are now past the beginning stage, but they're looking for them to potentially tweak a couple of elements of their strategy, get better at scalping, or potentially learn a couple of strategies as it pertains to scalping. Okay, so I wouldn't say this is a beginner's course. Okay, it's not a beginner's course. A beginner one, we already did that 4 times. All right, we ran that boot camp 4 or 5 times. Okay, so this one is a little more advanced. But again, it's going to be as digestible as possible. And you're going to have some prerequisite information before you take it. All right, and that prerequisite information is not to gatekeep, is so you understand what we're talking about. Okay, and if you're a striker, you have access to the Getting Started Day Trading course. So that is the prerequisite. All right, so we're bringing everybody along. I don't know if you guys most of you weren't here for it. There's a lot of traders in the beginning stage who are from 0 to beginner. There's a lot who are in the intermediate stage, and there's a lot who are in this stage. Each one of these cohorts need different things. So we were first attending to, okay, and serving everyone in this cohort. Beginners, ones who are looking to get started. And that's what the boot camp was designed for. All right. So that eventually did break down. Now, if you stayed in it, stayed patient, that's 1975. 1975 got reclaimed. We're headed back towards that 20. Be mindful of this potential sweep here. That's a great time to TP. So eventually did play out to the downside. We're about 5 minutes or so, 7 minutes or so from the giveaway. Okay. And then we'll look to go over the charts real quick and then wrap it up. So tomorrow is the boot camp. Not the boot camp. Tomorrow is the webinar, Shockwave 15, 11:30 a.m. I'll drop the link one more time later. You can scroll up and find it. And on Sunday, guys, on Sunday, 7:30 p.m., between 7:30 and 8 p.m. Eastern, I'll let you guys know. Strikers, I'll put the link to the Google Meets. We will go over stocks after dark. All right, so if you are logging off, if it is midday, have a tremendous weekend. Stay safe. Spend time doing the things you love. Spend time with your family. Spend time with your loved ones. Doing the things you enjoy. All right, keep your mind off the charts. I know it's hard to do that if you're a trader, but you have to intentionally do that. All right, see if you can stay. It's harder than you think. Okay, not to open up your phone and pull up a chart. Very difficult. No, it's a real challenge. Okay, so enjoy, guys. Okay, and come back on Monday We're going to prep on Sunday, guys. And we're going to come back on Monday. Okay? Just 1% better. 1% better. We'll be there for the opportunities. We'll manage risk. We can care less which way this thing goes. Whether it goes up, whether it goes down, as long as it goes. As long as it goes, we'll do our best to manage risk. We'll do our best to filter out opportunities. We'll do our best to manage positions, take profits, and then just do that over and over and over and over and over again. All right? So if you are logging off, have a tremendous, tremendous weekend, guys. Stay safe. Before you do leave, maybe put one or two things in the chat that you're looking to improve. One thing you're looking to improve. One thing you do well. Probably going to take some profits and buy a new fishing reel. Enjoy some fishing. Absolutely. That is a great way to make your trading give you something tangible. Right, and it will really translate. But the problem is sometimes, guys, when you're trading, it's like a simulation. It's like a game. The money doesn't feel real. So even if you're up $150, ask yourself, without you utilizing your particular skill set in the workforce or in the marketplace, whatever your profession is, how long will it take you to make $150? Okay? So it's good to take out so you can make it real. Okay, because everything just seems virtual. Okay, no sweep. This thing continues to drop. Retrace, reject. If you took those lottos, you are printing. No horse in the race. By the time it's like 12:30 on a Friday, all right, you start to check out. But for the ones who are still locked in, we have PML down there. We're above that 20. Bearish Bear, I like that name. Are you still in that? If you did, if you are, great job. All right, so I open up 5 more spots. Open up 5 more spots, and that's it. See if that continue push below pre-market low. We are pre-market low, so we can't get a bounce there. Let's do the giveaway. I don't see signal put after 10:11. So the last one that came in right here. This one should have came in as well. So what I was probably thinking was it didn't close this trade. It probably categorized this as an entire trade. All right, so if there's a couple of adjustments I have to make, I will, but I will take note of this and take a screenshot of this and see why this one didn't print. Because it is showing the TP, but instead of saying scale out, I want this to print. Same thing I did here. So thank you for mentioning that. I'm going to take a screenshot of this. So if you do see things, guys, like this, send it to me. The ones who have the Shockwave, send it to me. It is Shockwave Pro. All right. So there are things that I can look to improve. And we do have updates that are coming up. So this one right here. This one right here. Yeah, this one should have printed here as well. This one, This one, because the thing is that I don't want the fake ones to print. This one, I don't want this to print. These three printed. I want them hit the scale out. But this one, I'm going to make note of the most. Okay, and look at this. We're below pre-market low. We are flying past 20 on the VIX. My pattern recognition has improved greatly, working on being more patient, waiting for my setup. Good, good, good. Why SPY dropping? Pre-market low is the next. We're at that TP there, pre-market low. After that, we have 677.47 and then 677.46. The daily 50% retrace. Okay, waves are waving. That retrace retake was nice. Green is green. Bear bull. Oh no, I'm a bearish bear. 30% SPY put. PM. So the stocks after dark is PM. Trading is just a job. Exactly. All right. Anyone have any plans for the weekend? Any big plans? Okay, let us spin the wheel. Okay, so far we have 130. Let me refresh. 135 likes. We will do one spin. So the winner today. Winner today is Will Tatum is the win. Willie Tatum is the winner. Okay, off pre-market low, we're getting a nice little bounce. Says the U.S. is preparing military action if upcoming talks with Iran collapses, revealing warships. Is that a legitimate picture, or is that, who knows? So there's so much AI, so much fake stuff. He's a pretty good source. All right, his tweets are Jesse. All right, but everything, as far as videos and images, everything needs to be like double checked, triple checked. So we'll see. Yeah, that's legit. Giveaway. Will Tatum was the winner. Congrats, Will Tatum. Code word free. Code word free. Send me a DM. Okay. Nice retracement back into that territory. Do we sweep this? One way out of here is an inverse head and shoulder. We have a left shoulder, we have a head. Are those lows going to be the lowest lows? If so, we're looking for that next low to be higher than that low and relatively near the lows before that left shoulder. Okay, send me a DM, Willie Tatum, to claim your prize. Keyword free. In the free tier Discord or the WAP. Okay. Okay, we're starting to catch a bid off that pre-market low. Let's take a look at SPY's chart. And then look to wrap up for today. Okay, where are we? We know that 200 EMA on the daily is now behind us. Okay, that's past us. That inverse head and shoulder already took place on the hourly. Okay, so what took place today? So again, this is past us, ceasefire, massive 20-point push. We open up in the jaws of this major resistance, major support, turn resistance, now up for grabs. Currently, we did get a push above it. We opened up above that level, starting to sell off, and now we're kind of getting the heart of yesterday's action. So where we go from here is going to be critical on where we close, because on the weekly, I'll just take your attention to the weekly, guys. Last week, this time, we talked about the possibility of that reversal. So if this weekly candle, okay, if this weekly candle closes very close to the highs of the week, going into the week, we're set for continuation. Barring some kind of development during the weekend, Middle East, the meeting between in Pakistan, vice president, and some leadership in Iran. Okay, further escalation will probably take us into this a little lower. But if the escalation is initially worse than the first reaction, then we can fill that gap to downside. But as of now, from a technical standpoint, this is as bullish as can be. Okay, the reversal took place on the weekly candle, and now I want to see how close we are when we do close today. I want to see how far away we are from the highs of the week. If we're within 5 points, okay, if we're within 5 points, all right, say we're within that 670, we close above 677, okay. Next week, okay, we have a short path to trigger the continuation. If we get dropped a little further and then over the weekend we gap down, all right, then what the bears need to do in this case is try to open up this weekly candle in the heart here in the middle. So what they need is a gap down, some kind of escalation over the weekend or something, and then a gap down on Monday to drive us back lower into the heart of this week's range, which would be last week's range next week. That's the bear's motive. Try to keep this candle as close as possible to the midpoint, giving themselves a chance at least for a week to chop around and taking it back lower. The bulls, all they need to do is keep it as close as possible to that high. Give it about a 5-point buffer from the high of the week. If they're there, if we open up in that territory, maybe we even gap up, we take out that weekly upside breaker, then guess what, guys? We are on our way to the next all-time high zone. All right, just like that. All right, so we have a couple of pivots. We have 2 pivots before all-time high zone. Just like that. To give you some context, the all-time highs are in the 490s. We're in the 480s. Okay, we're in the 80s. This is why context is so key. We were in the 20s. We got to the 30s, 40s. Now we're at the 80s. We went from the 20s to the 80s in a matter of 5 days, 6 days. Okay, last Friday, let's just say 10 days, okay? Within 10 days. Within a 10-day span, we went from 629 all the way to 682. Okay, so the only thing that can hold the market lower is further escalation. If things continue to persist the way they are, there's no resolution. Okay, we can maybe just technically continue to push higher or chop around and push with a couple of headlines here and there, as long as there's no escalation. All right, so the market already digested everything. Okay, so look at this. We inverse head and shoulder out of here. All right, so on the other side, now since we're so far away from that 200 MA, Okay, look how far we are. For us to get to back to 200 MA, that would mean we need to fill this gap here. So that opportunity via 200 MA is gone. That's history now. Okay, that's not coming back anytime soon unless the situation escalates dramatically. If it stays the same, we probably just grind higher, slowly. If it takes a dramatic escalation, then the first thing we need to address is that 100 EMA at that 471.20 territory. All right, so we're already up 8%. Okay, we dropped 8.9%. It took us 42 days, 42 trading days, and it took us only 9 days to be up 8%. All right, so we're within striking distance of all-time high, depending on how things open up. So the bulls, they did their part. Okay, they sold us off for how many weeks? Okay, we said it's going to take a 2-week reversal for us to push back up. It takes 2 weeks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 weeks of selling, 2 weeks. And this was the longest streak in quite some time. Okay, it was the longest streak of 5 weeks of selling. The last time that took place was right here. Okay, this was in 2022. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We had 7 weeks of selling. Okay, before that, it was right here. This was COVID. COVID was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks of selling. The selling was just more aggressive. Way more aggressive. Before that, it was, we haven't had 5 consecutive weeks of selling. That's it. Maybe a few more times. We had 1, 2, 3, 4 in 2008. In 2008, we didn't even have 5 weeks of consecutive selling. In 2008, we didn't even have 5 weeks. One, pure selling weekly candles. What that means is we open at a certain level, and by the end of the week, we close below that level. Okay, and we're directional. All right, so you can make the argument 1, 2, 1, 2, inside 3. So we'll give it a benefit of the doubt. We'll say 4. And we'll give this a benefit of the doubt. Say that's a red candle. We'll say 5. Okay, there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So in 2008, we had 5 weeks of selling, 1 week higher. All these times, guys, there was a catalyst. Okay, one was economic, one was pandemic, one was bubble popping. All right. So what do we get this time? The 5 weeks of selling, and then the 2-week buyout. So the only thing holding us back now is further escalation. We're on our way to potentially push. Okay, so the runway is there. All the bulls need to do is hold above this major resistance, declare victory over it, and flip it to support. Okay, so that's where we are, grand scheme of things. So if you have any chart requests, we can go over it now. We'll return to SPY. We'll take it into 1 o'clock and look to wrap up, guys. Okay, any questions, any questions, any questions? Any questions, guys? Inverse head and shoulder out of here. We're at that left head. See if that right starts to come in.
How you doing, George? I just had a question.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, go ahead.
So my question is, I've won 2 of those giveaways, and I just wanted to see what exactly did we get with said giveaway?
So the giveaway is so when you did win, you won during the time you're a member. So the giveaway is when I do the boot camp, you get to attend the boot camp for free.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, absolutely. I would give away the course, but you guys have access to the course already.
Yes, I do. Thank you as well.
Okay, good. Any other questions, guys? I know it can be a little confusing with the giveaways, but since the strikers already have access to the course, the least I can do is the boot camp. The boot camp that is coming up. Okay, we're gonna have access to that for the ones who did win. I like hearing other members talk. Where's the voice coming from? What direction are we going? Looks like from this point on, looks like we're trying to go back up. They're trying to put together a reversal possibly, as long as these lows don't get taken out. Somewhat of a early stages of an inverse head and shoulder. We have that massive drop. We have that left head possible landing spot for a right and then go. If we can't get that right, if we fall back below it, then we just get the equal, maybe equal highs up here, double top and then fall. Or a lower low into those lower high into those lower lows. So between the inverse head and shoulder, right, and continue push lower. Yeah, if you guys are done, guys, don't scalp. Log out of your brokerage account. Delete the app. I know it sounds like a joke, but that's the only thing that can help you sometimes. All right, literally delete the app from your phone, from your device. Okay, and then you can re-download it on Monday. I'm sure Israel will do something stupid to escalate things. VIX is hugging that 20 as well. So this is the first time we got back below 20 since the beginning of the conflict. If we take a look at the VIX, don't forget, guys, during March, we were trading a high VIX. All right, volatility is a double-edged sword. If you know how to use it, it's a tool. If you don't know how to use it, you're going to get cut. Okay, so volatility, look at where we're coming from. This was March. Okay, so the entirety of March, the very beginning, we were all the way up here. Okay, we did see VIX pop below 20 briefly. All right. But if we just say, hey, you know what, between 35, okay, between 35 and between 20, okay, what's the average? Between 35 and between 20, what's the average? Okay, if we do 35 plus 20, divide that by 2, that's probably about 27. So rough math, right? Our average area, just at the middle, the midpoint would be 27. Okay, so give or take, in March, we were trading near a 27, 28 type of VIX environment. We spent a lot of time above 30. So far in April, okay, the highest we got in April, okay, of course, after this massive gap down, first week of April, I should say, okay, after this gap down is 23. 22, I should say. Okay, so that is the highs. That's the highest we've been. All right, for us to get that drop back to the 200, we may fill that gap. The VIX needs to fill this gap. Gap for gap. Okay, there's not going to be a way, all right? It'll be very difficult, I would say, for us to make some strides into the gap we saw from the ceasefire and the VIX not making any strides into this gap. Right? If we start to make those strides, more than likely, VIX will start to work towards us as well and start climbing. Past 21, 22, 23, we'll take it step by step into that territory. So what that means is, at least if we're going to fill the gap to downside, it's going to be on your radar. It's not going to happen by surprise. It's going to happen in front of you. Okay, it's going to happen in front of you. Or it's going to happen in front of us. All right, so that's what we need to see on the VIX. VIX bottomed at 19. Last time I was at 19 was February. All right, last week of February. Okay, February, look at the VIX. Just a lot of choppiness. And now if you look at it, somewhat of a... You can't draw the technicals as cleanly on the VIX, right? Because the price action on the higher time frame kind of looks like the tick chart. but just know it from a point-to-point standpoint, from a numerical standpoint where we are. Okay, so very important to understand that. So it looks like we got that high, we got that lower high, maybe rejecting off of that 9 on the 5. Okay, headed back lower. Okay, any other questions, guys? Any other questions before we wrap up? I'll keep the stream going. Again, feel free, guys, as we continue. The stream is available all the way to the end of the day. So feel free to share ideas, unmute, get comfortable. Okay, this is your community. This is our community. All right, so once the commentary is over, feel free. All right, get to know one another. If you're still trading, help one another. Exchange information. Just know whatever anyone says, anyone posts, okay, is just an expression of what they're seeing, not to be taken as financial advice. Okay, so let me drop the link to the webinar on Saturday for tomorrow, and then we'll look to wrap up. So I'll leave the charts running until the end, into the close. Here's the link to the webinar, guys. A link to the webinar. Okay. Any other questions on YouTube, guys? Any other questions? Any other questions? If not, guys, thank you for tuning in. Hopefully you found value. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe. Stay safe over the weekend. Go back, review some of your trades, review your journal, make the proper adjustments, and we'll see you guys tomorrow if you're attending the webinar at 11:30 a.m. Eastern. If not, we'll see you guys tomorrow on YouTube at 9:30 a.m. Eastern on Monday. Fresh week, fresh opportunity. We can gap up, we can gap down. We don't know where this thing's going to open up. We have the meeting with Prime Minister and leadership in Iran and Pakistan, so we'll see how that plays out, and we'll take it from there. So thank you for tuning in this week. Stay safe, and God bless each one of you.